everyone.
Microphone reminder for the
Microphone,
council.
thank you. Mayor Hall is unable to make it tonight, so I am stepping in for my first opportunity to preside. So be gentle tonight. And just a reminder that when we do have conversations about some tough issues, let's keep it on the issue, not on the person. And so, call to order. Any announcements or communications from anyone?
When you say communications, are you talking about public comment?
Not yet. There will be public comment session, Dennis. And Chris, if I do anything out of order, please feel free to throw things at me. So no public comment. Does anyone want to make a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move that we adopt the agenda of the day. I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And we don't have minutes to adopt, do we? I don't see it. So this is an opportunity for public comment. Please come up to the podium. You have 3 minutes. Our very abled city clerk will set the timer. And please remember to move this microphone if you're different heights.
Okay, starting.
Yep.
Okay, this is off the top of my head, but there's a little bit of a movement to help the lake along with some arguments about different things that could be done with it that were put on yard signs, and the signs were stolen, taken away, and thrown away. So I just want to make a note of that, because the person that went to the trouble to create the signs, they look like your typical political yard signs or whatever, spent their own money to do that.
Mm.
And I was one of the people that hosted a sign that was just taken away. So I just want to acknowledge that that happened, or make it public that that happened, and say that, you know, if anybody possibly is hearing this right now and they did that, that a lot of us have surveillance cameras, and we'll be able to tell whose car, whatever, as well as a business up on Rockbridge has a surveillance camera. So I want to say that stealing signs is not cool. And, you know, if you don't like the political person that person wants to vote for on their yard, they still have a right to put a sign there. And so this is like First Amendment stuff, and thank you.
Okay. And Brian, can you just identify yourself and where you live if you can?
Brian Orchid Drive.
Thank you, Brian. More public comment?
Hi, my name is Dennis Roch. I live at 4612 Forest Road. I'm here to talk about the situation down here at the lake. How many of you, or is there anybody on the council that remembers when the lake was drained?
Oh, yeah.
You remember that, right? So it was like, what, 10 or 12 years ago?
In 2010.
Yeah. That cost over $500 million to do the lake dredging, make the pathway. That was a lake refurbishment. It was a state-of-the-art supervised project by the Army Corps of Engineers. And Greg Zaras, who was mayor at that time, was able to get the funding for that from the federal and the state governments and the county. Let's see. So any work carried out around that lake since that time would have had to get the approval of the Army Corps of Engineers, because they created that bank. And I'm wondering, did you get that approval? That's the question. You don't have to answer it now. I don't think you did, because I think it would have required that you have a public hearing to do something that drastic. So, I guess that's about all I have to say about that. I think this is part of the cyclical dysfunction of this governing body. This is not something that happens occasionally. This happens all the time, where you get you lose touch with the public, and you do things you shouldn't do. And we have another example with the Art Fest. We can see money spent on that fiasco. And now we have this fiasco, which is much more alarming. This has an effect on the value of our property. It's an existential threat. And I think that it's possibly against the law, what you have done. Because you certainly are not, time up?
Yeah, it's your time, Dennis.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis.
Hi, Alan Gordon from Oak Drive. And before I start, I'm going to comment that unfortunately people are involved in all of the things that are happening. So when you tell me not to refer to people, I'll use the term administration or whatever, but there's people that have done things that we need to refer to. Okay. So before discussing this current situation, I'd like to clarify my background. I'm not a watershed expert, but I've worked with many river and lake problems over the years in Detroit and northern Michigan. My day job is an advanced EEG technologist. Watching brain waves is highly scientific, skilled task using lots of discernment. So let's disenamor us from thinking that I'm just an emotional participant. I can read and assess on a scientific basis. I also want to reiterate what Katrina Davis stated. I resent having to spend my precious time on something that the administration should be doing. All that said, what I'm seeing appears to be partial stories, partial truths about what was the best course of action based on the ACOM report. That and the defensiveness by the administration instead of possibly admitting mistakes. A council member asked me if I'd watched the last work session for the responses given then. My response was to go through them statement by statement, each to assess each on its apparent truth as well as the efficacy of each, which I sent to all the council members. I hope they've done the same and made their own conclusions. What I heard from the administration was a blanket support of the current situation of the work director's decisions. I believe that stance should be a neutral assessment of all inputs, not defending a potential mistake. What I heard from work basis was a mixture of insights into the proposed workflow. Conceivably a clear knowledge of the permits needed in the Fed's current situation, but less than clear about why the decisions to ignore the ACOM recommendation that the lakeside outer berm was not pressing. It is the inner berm that we have that's pockmarked with voids. That's been that way for years. That needs maintenance, please no riprap. Finally, I went back to reassess a comment about the situation regarding statements that had been made and how disgusted some person was with that in general. And I couldn't review that because the YouTube recording was missing. What I do remember is that there was a dislike of outspoken neighbors. Pine Lake has always had impassioned activists. That's not going to change. If that person, of course it wasn't personal, but if that person has that bad of an opinion of us, perhaps that person is a bad fit for Pine Lake. Finally, I looked at the next proposal. Thousands for the original report, an additional 20,000 to mitigate mistakes on the inner berm, and a timeline that takes us beyond Georgia's spring planting season.
Alan, that's your 3 minutes.
And that should do it.
Thanks, Alan. Any more public comment? And just a reminder, I know I'm probably the worst at this in remembering to speak into the microphone and speak loudly, which I don't do very well, but I got a message that on the YouTube it's hard to hear.
Okay, hello. My name is Mirali Basic, 734 Oak Hill Circle. I would like to start with a maintenance schedule. Every single council meeting in past year and a half, I'm asking for it. And many of the citizens, they are asking for it. This is the base, we really need it. If you look at these storm water trenches behind the beach house, they are full of debris. And with the storm that we had in a couple of days, that street completely was flooded. You could not walk, you could not drive over it. And I think that trench wasn't cleaned in the last 3 years at least. It should be maintained regularly. So I will start with that. I'm going back to riprap. I saw a report and I saw a proposal to covering riprap with landscaping. I would beg you, please do not approve that. I think first we need to know, are we keeping riprap or are we seeking for different options? One of the options is we could do cages, metal cages, like wire cages, and put on the other side, on the creek side, and placed by hand those riprap and secure the other side so we don't waste that riprap sitting just out there for nothing. That would be just on the option. That is widely known, and it's called gabions. Maybe I don't pronounce it, but they are using that in Europe, and we had that one on eastern wetlands, but just using little rock. So, everybody makes mistakes, if we admit it or not admit it, but we really are here to work together and just to see what is the best option. Not just adopt what is proposed and just go from the mistake to mistake. Another what I would like addressed is clubhouse renovation. I'm amazed with the way how bidding process was going on. That bidding document is very professional. What I would suggest, I would not approve any bid if you don't have 3 bids at least. And also there is, I call it appendix or something that says scope of the work. How many square feet, what type of material? Because people, whoever proposed that, they're asking $15,000 for leveling 600, I believe it's 600 square feet. And if you Google it, leveling floor for 600 square feet is $10 per square foot. So instead of 6,000, they're charging 15,000. I don't want to go through the allowance for plumbing, allowance for electrical. Doesn't say what allowance. Are they replacing 5 switches or doing more work? I think we need to be more transparent, and that's about it. Also, I would like to thank Mr. Kendrick for responding to my question on the last session. Thank you.
Thanks, Mira. Any more public comments? Please come on up and say your name and where you live, and you have 3 minutes.
Jean Vagodsky, 4650 Dahlia Drive. I came to present some handouts. Some of you have gotten them in an email, but I'm going to give them to everyone else, that have some of the negative things that riprap can cause. I'm trying to be 100% scientific and objective, so I'm studying the situation, not just trying to gaslight everybody. Oh, you got it. Here,
I got it.
sorry. Oh, you don't need it. I know you got one, but do you want to copy?
Sure.
I'm using it.
Thank you.
So I'm just trying to learn about it. When I first saw it, I thought, oh, well, that looks really clean. You know, I wasn't like freaking out until I realized about all the animal habitats that have been destroyed and the public nuisance. And I still see children and fishing people standing on the stones now. Parents on the stones watching their children. But I just learned a few new things, and you will all learn it too. I'll give you one in a minute. I didn't realize snakes can go in there and hide, and then, you know, we're creating habitats for maybe some pests that we don't want, that we can't see, and that if, you know, there might be snakes living in those rocks, and then some kid could get a snake bite, and I don't know how that turns out with the public nuisance problem. But also I read that because the rocks can heat up a certain way and it can change the temperature of the water, which can increase the algae issue, which seems to be a big problem every year. The lake looks, parts of it is covered with scum. Well, algae, I guess you wouldn't want to call it that. But anyway, so there are all the problems with the weeds growing up and the herbicide issue as a possibility, or who's going to stand on the rocks and pull all the weeds up by hand, and can we even afford that? So anyway, there are a couple of things that I think, well, one, the barrier, the wildlife. Some of the turtles don't like walking over rocks like that, and the geese, actually, I've noticed, tiptoeing. So I just think that there's a lot of things to consider besides whatever the idea was that we needed to stabilize the dam. There are a whole lot of other things, and the fact that I don't think any of the engineering reports that I've read recommended this, maybe whoever decided it was a good idea needs to read about some of the downsides, and then before we have the town hall that I hear that we're going to have to discuss it, we could all have a bigger picture.
Thanks, Jean. Any more public comments? Going once, going twice.
Do we get seconds?
There'll be another opportunity. Any more public comments right now? Please come on up. Again, state your name and your address where you live.
Hi, Council. Buffy Davis, 481 Oak Drive. Last council meeting, I appreciated Councilmember Torrance' question about placing riprap on the more turbid side, the creek side. However, our attorney told us that that was not possible. I don't know if the word was illegal or what, but that confused me because when the dam project was done in 2010, there was riprap placed legally there. That was permitted by the Army Corps of Engineers because that's the side that needed it. You can see it if you walk down there. So I hope that in your exploration on this, you guys remember to keep that in mind. And I feel like that answer was incomplete, and the Army Corps of Engineers could permit that. If you go take a walk, which I'm sure you have, everybody goes and looks every other day at this, you can see already erosion destruction on the creek side because now it's been clear cut and the dirt's washing away. The creek actual cut is changing, which is alarming. There's deeper grooves. It's really concerning what's going on down there. Less about the aesthetics and more about like the creek side is now going to be in trouble while, you know, we're worried about trying to hide or cover up or pretty the riprap. I think also in earnest, if we're looking at solutions, it needs to be open and on the table. Remove the riprap as an option, not just cover it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
I just have a brief one. Carrie Loomis, 479 Clubhouse Drive. I just wanted to back up Buffy. I was walking with a neighbor the other day, and we were pretty shocked at Creekside. There's a lot of now just bare dirt, especially since the huge rain. What was that, 2 weeks ago? Yeah, and definitely, as you walk now, please look down there. It is eroding badly. So I'm backing her up.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Come on up. There will be a second round of public comment after new business.
Hey everybody, Sarah Spencer, 653 Olive Road. I just have a question. is there gonna be a town hall for discussion about all this? I just heard somebody reference that, and I'm just asking for clarification.
Thank you. Chris, can we respond to that question?
I'm sorry, I was engaged in something else and didn't hear the question. I apologize.
Question clarifying if there's going to be a town hall.
I think that's going to be addressed when we get to the planting plan, as I understood the council's communications earlier in the week. So I think the short answer to that question is yes, there's going to be one. There's already a draft agenda. I'm not sure if it's been posted yet or not. Perhaps the city clerk can answer that question.
I would love to. It's going to be March 30th at 6 p.m. at the Beach House.
And there may be others besides that one, but I do know that one has been formally addressed and adopted as a potential meeting by the council.
Great, thank you. Any additional public comment? All right, so we'll move on to new business. And the first order of business, we have a guest here, Mr. Calvin Hicks, Chief Appraiser for DeKalb County, the Property Appraisal Department. Is that your correct title? Please. And welcome.
Thank you for the invitation. And I'd like to also indicate that with me is one of our newest board members, Kathleen Andres, who's here. To be honest, I wasn't quite sure exactly what information the council was requesting. Can you give me some idea in terms of what your concerns are?
Yes. Through some research, and this was done over the course of a couple years, I was tracking the appraisals of apartment properties in Pine Lake.
Yes.
And noticed a trend that many of them have not been reappraised in a minimum of 3 years, some 5 years. The value has not changed. And that struck me personally. I wish my property was not appraised for 3 or 5 years. So I was curious to hear more about what process the county goes through to appraise commercial properties, what can we do to request anything, if we can request anything, to alleviate that, because that's money, tax money that the county and the city are missing out on if those aren't appraised properly.
I think,
And
sir,
sorry,
excuse me, go ahead.
and the cause for that was I noticed an apartment building being sold. The listing sale was $595,000. It was listed and appraised at $395, and had been appraised at that for 3 years. It sold. It still hasn't changed in value, in appraisal.
Okay. I have a list of all of the properties. I provided some consolidation sheets that show you the values for 21 through 25. Shows you the percentage increase that you've experienced. It looks at the various types of properties that you have, residential, commercial. I think you have 2 industrial parcels. It also shows you the number of parcels that have appealed. Now, you say when multifamily hasn't been reappraised, I think it was last reappraised in 2023. An awful lot of those properties that were reappraised filed appeals, and those appeals are now controlled by 299C. So that value, whether it's something that's sold for more than what's the value determined through the appeal process is, it remains at that value for the 2 additional years. So I'll be glad to go through the information, or I can leave you the report that I brought you, allow you an opportunity to go through it, and then any questions that you may have, I'm glad to come back and respond to them. What's your pleasure?
Does anyone have any questions?
Could you explain the ordinance, the tidbit of code that you just referenced?
Would I explain what now?
The bit of code that you just referenced, 220.
299C.
For those of us who don't live and breathe this, what is that?
You asked for the code.
Yes,
And
but what does it say?
The official code of Georgia, and basically what 299C says is, when a property is appealed, that point in terms of properties that are sold, whether or not the value should be changed. Unfortunately, the legislature still maintains that they should not. So does it mean that, does it make any difference if in fact ownership changes? The only thing changes is if there have been capital improvements. It can't be something that simply, they put a fresh coat of paint on there and that gives you the latitude to make a value change.
Could I get one of those?
Okay.
If that's the case and many of these have not been reappraised since 2023, does that mean that they will be due for reappraisal this year?
2026 would be the first year that this is replaced.
Come to the microphone, please.
Oh, yes.
2026 would be the first year that they could be reappraised. And one of the questions that you asked was how do we value commercial properties? There are three approaches to value. Looking at the income approach, the cost approach, and the market approach. Unfortunately, we don't find very much market activity in Pine Lake. And so that raises an issue of what areas are comparable to Pine Lake when you're trying to determine what comparable properties should be pulled. Typically, whatever we decide should be pulled, the owners here decide, no, that's much different from Pine Lake. And that causes us some concern. I did not hear whether or not you wanted me to go through this report tonight or whether you wanted to review it.
I have questions on our stats.
I know others, I would love to review this, but there's some additional questions.
Well, I just was able to review just the, the packet that was in the, the information in the agenda packet is what I've been reviewing, and I have questions about that. But if you want to start with this other one, that's fine. I'm just voicing that I have questions about what's in the agenda packet,
Okay.
so.
I would personally need some time to review what you just gave
Okay.
us.
I'll highlight what's in the packet.
Okay.
As I indicated, initially what you have is consolidation sheets that track all of the value in Pine Lake. It determines, it breaks down the various classes of property, how many parcels there are, what's the value associated with that. And it also, once you have that aggregate total, it tells you what exemptions are being applied against that and to come up with a net M&O. Now, there are actually two consolidation sheets for Pine Lake. The one that you have is the county consolidation sheet. Mind you, when we're talking appraisals, we are discussing what is the value of the property, so that's what is the aggregate value of the property. So the exemptions and what's being deducted from that is not an issue as far as what is the appraisal of that property. However, I do understand from your perspective, when your city sheet has those exemptions that you are charging. And it's very important in terms of how the M&O is developed for your purposes. But for the purposes of this presentation, what you have is the consolidation sheet from 21 through 25 for the city, but it is the county's consolidation sheet. At the end of those first sheets, you'll see a sheet that says the 5-year digest totals. And you can track across what the gross digest was in 2021, $32,835,842 was the gross digest. And then you track across for each one of the years. In 2022, it went up to $36,382,634. That was an 11% increase over the year before. In 2023, it went up to $45,907,619. That was a 26% increase over the year before. In 24, it went to $46,048,678. That was a basically flat year. And then in 2025, it went up to $48,564,632, or a 5% increase. And you get that breakdown for each one of your commercial real estate, your residential, and industrial, for each one of those years.
Can that mic be turned up? His mic, can it be turned up at all? I don't know who does that.
No, ma'am, but I might ask Mr. Hicks to lean in a little bit closer. That might help a little bit.
Lean a little closer. All right. The next document you have is a list of appeals that were filed in 2021. It gives you the parcel ID. It gives you the value that initially we appraised the property at. It gives you the notice, and then the current assessment is the value that was resolved after the appeals. There are sheets for years 2021, 2022, 2023. When you look at the 2023 sheet, you see that the number of appeals increased dramatically. That was primarily because of the value increases that we provided. You have the appeals, and then, let's see, after we get through the appeals, there's a sheet that gives you the values for each one of the parcels that were under appeal and what you now have in each one of those years in terms of how the value increased. That's the one with the multicolor sheets on it. Next, you have multifamily. I think that was your question. And it lists those parcels that were in fact listed here. This is the total number of parcels that we have for multifamily, and it gives you the value for each one of those in year 2021, 22, 23, 24, and 25. So you can see what multifamily parcels had a value change versus the ones that did not. So that's primarily what's covered in the report. As I said, I'll be glad to respond to any questions that you may have about that. I don't think I ever finished the question about how we valued the commercial properties, but primarily there are three approaches to value: the income approach, the market approach, and and the cost approach, rather. My comments earlier were that you don't have a tremendous amount of market activity here in Pine Lake, and that causes some concerns when you're trying to find comparables. When you're looking at the income approach, we have market data for the primary parcels and areas throughout DeKalb County. But again, if you're looking at the list of multifamily you have in Pine Lake, there are not an awful lot of those. So sometimes our market data is limited. And in many instances, it comes down to, well, what's the actual operating data for the property? What are the rents being charged? Are the rents relatively stable for market reasons, or are there changes that they're experiencing? Those things sort of get taken into consideration. When we last appraised the number of the properties in 2023, as I stated, we got quite a few appeals in terms of what we were using market data, and the owners coming in and said, no, that value is too great. So that ends up going through the appeal process, and many of those values were changed.
So the challenge then is that there's 10 taxable appraised multifamily units in Pine Lake. So what is a comparable? How do you find a comparable for something like that? And for example, one of them might be one building that has 8 units in it.
Unfortunately, we can say we found it, and then the property owner say we didn't. That becomes a point of contention. We can come in and say, here are the comparables, and we think the rent level should be at a point. And they come and say, no, I can't command that. That rent's too excessive. I'm not able to generate that kind of income stream. Ultimately, through the appeal process, usually multifamily is either going to be resolved going before Board of Equalization, or perhaps a hearing officer. A hearing officer is going to be a certified residential or either a certified general appraiser. And they'll look at the operating data and they'll make a determination. And of course, if that's not something that the property owner wants to accept, they can continue their appeal into Superior Court.
Follow on to that, just looking back at the number of years that things have been static. Some of these properties do have like a 3-year period, as you'd expect if they were appraised in 2023. Some of them have had a flat value for as much as 7 or 8 years. And how long can something be reappraised or appealed and stay flat, might we expect?
There's a time limit per se. What controls that is the market. If you're in a stable area in which you're experiencing very, very few changes, rents are not going up, et cetera, you're not going to see a tremendous amount of change in that. But there are instances when the market can change overnight. So it really comes down to what sort of market activity are you experiencing that would support a value revision, whether that's up or down. When you look at how often the value has to change, now that's a different question from how often do you reappraise the property, because in many instances when we're reappraising the properties, you come up with the same value. There was recently a change in statute that said that the chief appraiser is now responsible for ensuring that all properties are at least appraised every 3 years. So sometimes it's not necessary or even possible for a staff of 70 people, which is what the Board of Assessors has, to go out and make a definitive change on all 246,000 parcels that we have. So you do sales analysis looking at where's your market activity, how do the appraisals, the existing that you have, relate to that, and whether or not they fall outside of certain parameters. I can assure you that no activity that we engage in is not subject to review by at least 2 state agencies. And they are looking at what are the value levels, and actually we can get cited for appraisals being too high just as we get cited for appraisals being too low. So you've got to be within a certain range. 40% is the level of assessment that we have in Georgia right now. So you've got to be somewhere between 36, 42 in order to do that. So it's not a scenario where we can simply say values haven't changed, so we're going to come in and raise those values. And the reason for that is that simply isn't how the process is designed to function. You, a municipality, have the function of determining what revenues you need, and once you have determined other sources, you take whatever your values are and you come up with an appropriate mill rate. The law is quite specific. It doesn't give you the right to set the values. The tax collector has the right to and the responsibility of collecting those taxes. They don't get to set the mill rate, and then they don't determine the value. So all of the parties have specific functions that they are to maintain, primarily so that you can't have a bias that's created. As far as needing to increase a value to derive at a certain revenue, that's not necessary. I assure you, and I'm certain you know, you can generate the same amount of revenue off of a $1 million digest as you can a $1 billion digest. It's all a matter of what is the mill rate that's being charged. So it's not our purpose then to specifically go out and we're going to focus and raise your values to penalize somebody. Truly, we're looking at market activity. And I can tell you in many instances, there are those who disagree with what we say, particularly when values are going up. We normally will have somewhere between 15 and 20,000 appeals annually. And one of the reasons now that we experience that isn't because our values are necessarily wrong. We have a lot of taxpayers who are becoming proactive. They realize I can file an appeal. It may be that they anticipate the market is about to appreciate. They can file an appeal, lock in that value for 2 additional years. So we do have people that come, they go through the process, and they'll tell you, well, the value's all right with, but I'm still going this process because I want to lock it in for that 2 additional years. So we have the opportunities and the responsibilities to look at the value, to look at what the market is doing, and I assure you that's what we attempt to do.
Thank you.
Quick question. I'm just not sure. Did Georgia have a law last year in place where property taxes don't get frozen for 3 years? And that
Georgia,
you have to.
No,
Okay.
we did not. They did change 299C in 2024. House Bill 581 did that, and what it did was this. I mentioned to you how you could file an appeal and keep that value frozen for 2 years. Well, we had some people that had turned that into a cottage industry. They had filed, we had some values that had not changed in about 10 years. They filed an appeal, they got a value. When the second year was expiring, they'd come in and they'd file another appeal. And they'd say to the BOE typically, I'm all right with the value. Okay, so the BOE renders a decision, the value's okay, and that locks it in and it rolls on for an additional 2 years. So the legislature did change that. And what they said is, now there must be a value change. You can't just come in, file an appeal, and the value doesn't change and it keeps going. You must be able to demonstrate that that value should be reduced and was reduced in order to get this benefit of 299C. But we have a number of changes that probably will occur this year. You know, the legislature is still in session. Your homeowners, you know what our annual assessment notices look like in years past. They're about to change. You may or may not like what you will be getting. It won't have an estimate of taxes on it. It won't have what the assessed value is. It will tell you the fair market value of what the property is that's being proposed and what it was in the prior year. It will tell you if it's a homesteaded property, what the aggregate amount of the value savings is, but it doesn't tell you what the tax estimate is. And all of that is predicated on what the mill rate was in the prior year. So still there's some flexibility that you can have a difference between what your actual tax bill is going to be. But you can look for that in 2026.
Okay.
So the potential then with some of these properties that haven't changed appraised value in 6 years,
Yeah.
they may be working that system where they come off of the freeze and then they immediately appeal again and get
that's
another
correct.
freeze.
That's correct. And as I said, many of them had 2023 value appeals on them, so they were locked until 2026. We'll review them for 2026. Multifamily, you don't have a tremendous amount of commercial. Part of what I've given you is a list of all of the commercial properties that you have. But certainly we can take a look at that.
Mr. Hicks, I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me just give you 2 concrete examples of situations where we're dealing with properties that have not been reassessed since 2020. Parcel number 197 and parcel 207. 197 is located at 429 Magnolia Drive. 207 is located at 4612 Popular Road. They were assessed in 2019. There was an appeal filed in 2019, and the assessed value was reduced by the BOE in both cases in 2019.
Okay.
In 2020, the assessor's office went back, and because of financial matters and financial pressures and those kinds of things, the properties were reassessed in 2020. There was no appeal filed in 2020. And just as background information for you, because I know you're involved in this intimately, neither of these are named plaintiffs in the class action lawsuit that's pending. So the last assessed value, the last fair market value that was identified for these properties was in 2020. There's not been a reevaluation of either of those two properties in the last 6 years, from 2020 through 2025.
And these were multifamily?
These are multifamily properties. There was an appeal filed, according to the information you provided us today, in 2023 that accepted the 2020 values. So it froze those values for 23, 24, and 25. Part of the council's concern, as I understand it, is examples like that one, where it is the information we have available from your office indicates that there has been a 5 to 6 year gap between the last time there was a reassessment. There's not any indication in any of the worksheets we've been able to get from your shop or any other information we've been able to obtain related to at least these two examples that I can identify for you. So what the council is wanting to know is what measures does the assessor's office or the board of assessors use to ensure that the assessors, that your staff are actually going out and doing the assessments on a regular basis so that they have accurate, up-to-date annual numbers on these properties?
Well, certainly, there are statistical tests that we look at for the operation in terms of staff. But from what you just said, there were at least 2 BOE filings within that time frame?
There was one in 2020,
And
which would
2023?
which would freeze it. Oh, I'm sorry. There was one in 2019,
Yeah,
and then there's another one in 2023.
yeah.
So, at least arguably, and I know that Lindsay Hillis will disagree with me, arguably somewhere in there, it was out from underneath any freeze that occurred for 2020, 21, and 22.
Yeah.
And then 23 comes around, they file a new appeal, and it freezes for 23, 24, and 25. But the value that they accepted in 23 was the value that had been assigned in 2020.
It sounds a lot like what I just described.
Yes, sir, it's similar to it, yes, sir. But
There was only a 2-year period in which there was latitude to make a change. If they appealed in 19, that froze it for 20 and 21.
Right.
All right, values could have changed in 22. But look at what occurred. In 2023, they went through the appeal process, and the value was not changed.
So,
that froze it for 23, 24, and 25.
yes, sir. No, I'm not arguing 23, 24, and 25. Because I had not been provided from your office the appeal that was filed in 23. So that was new information that we got tonight.
You can check that on our website. It shows what appeal activity the parcel has.
So my point is, the 2020 reevaluation after the 2019 appeal
Yeah.
that was done before the Court of Appeals decided the Fulton County cases about how 299C is supposed to work. Because Fulton and DeKalb and Gwinnett have all operated under the understanding that 299C allowed for financial pressures to allow an exception to 299C's freeze, right?
That's correct.
So your office,
2019.
your office in 2019 reduced the value, or the Board of Equalization, reduced the value. You went back out to these properties and looked at them again in 2020 and said, market forces have made a change in the values of these properties, we're gonna reassess. So, despite the fact that 20 and 21 should have been frozen, they weren't in these properties in this case because the market forces authorized you under the old reading of 299C to allow that reassessment in 2020.
Well, you still had the 2 years of unchanged value that prevented you from going up. Now you can go down. You can have whatever parcels that are processed that has occurred.
All right, let me give you I'm trying to do this in concrete terms, and I don't want to argue with you, sir. That's not my point.
So let me just say this. We will be glad to review all of the multifamily for 2026.
All right.
I can give you an assurance on that.
We appreciate that a
Okay.
whole bunch. And also just appreciate you taking the time to explain this. Other questions?
I don't think anybody's going to dispute that this is arcane work that you do. And the challenges that my council face is, I don't do this regularly. I'm not a county attorney. I don't represent assessors. I've never represented assessors. There's a reason I went to law school, was because they told me there'd be no math. And that has unfortunately proven not to be the case.
I'll tell you that defending the values is probably
Gotcha.
the hardest part, not doing the market research and determining what you
Yes,
think the value should be.
Right.
But the individual has the opportunity to come in and contest that.
Sure. No, I don't.
And they do.
I don't dispute that. I don't dispute that that's a cottage industry, and I have colleagues who make a lot of money representing people who do that.
But we will, I assure you that we will review those, multifamily 2026.
All right, that's all we can ask. Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Hicks, we have
Hicks,
one more
I
question.
still have some questions, please. Thank you. I really appreciate your time, and I know for people who are not in this world, it maybe is kind of tedious for you, so thank you. Just to review, to make sure I understand, the value, you guys use income, market, comps, and what was the third?
Cost, the cost approach.
Cost approach, meaning the retail, like what it's sold?
No, not necessarily.
What do you mean by cost?
The cost approach depends on the principle of substitution.
Okay.
In which you, first of all, determine what it would cost to replace the structure that you have.
Okay.
And then you're going to make certain adjustments for depreciation.
Okay.
You will add a land value, land or site value to that, and you should come up with an approximation of what it's worth. The difficulty of the cost approach is, while it's very good for relatively new structures,
Right.
for older structures it becomes a bit more suspect.
Sure.
Because the term depreciation not only refers to physical deterioration, it refers to functional obsolescence and locational obsolescence as well. And actually, to appropriately measure those, you typically have to go to another approach.
Right. That makes sense.
So that gives you the difficulty. Newer properties is great.
Right.
Older properties, it's more of a problem. The income approach for income-producing properties typically is the one that you would place the greatest amount of credence in.
Okay. So do the sale costs come into play at all in the assessments?
You mean as was a fee for sale?
No, I mean, for example, like some of these examples in our packet are pretty remarkable. Like 4612 Poplar Road that the city attorney mentioned, it sold in 2018 for $1,300,000. And the assessed value in 2018 is $332,000.
May have
So
been
why is there a
may have
gap?
been multiple parcels involved in that sale.
Was
I think so.
Okay, so that's explaining some of the gap, potentially, if there were.
And also on your income-producing properties.
Okay,
Multifamily specifically we're talking about, a part of the revenue that comes in is to support the business operation, and also personal property.
okay,
And many times when you're looking at the value of the real estate, you've got to make adjustments to deduct whatever personal property was there, and you've got to deduct for the intangible value of personal property, the business component of it. If I bought a multifamily project, was it leased up, very few vacancies, stable income, well-maintained, those things typically will allow you to pay more for that property than one that you've got to come in and make a lot of repairs.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Real quick, were you given this list of properties that we have at our disposal? I don't know if Mr. Hawthorne, if these
Would I do what now?
were given to. Can you show on like page 4 on your packet or up
yeah.
here? Yeah, great.
So it's
So
4672
We've
Ridge,
got
yeah.
all these properties and their assessed values. Can you explain how the value of land goes down?
How it goes down?
Yeah.
Yeah. typically, again, multifamily, the causes of considerable value adjustments is going to be a loss of revenue. When you are looking at what rents you can command and you're competing with someone, what rents you can command, in part depend on where you're located. If you're located to something that has a high level of noise pollution, you're not gonna be able to command as high rents as if you're in a more secluded area that doesn't interfere with your tenants. The age may come in, it may very well be that the properties have reached an age where you've got to go in and do a tremendous number of renovations or replacement of the equipment. So expenses, loss of revenue, and also what is the market in general doing? What are the capitalization rates? And again, this comes back to location, because usually there's a range in your capitalization rates, but it's gonna depend upon whether or not you're in one of those locations where people are willing to pay the higher rents as opposed to in a location where they're not.
I don't think rent has gone down in these 10 years that the value of the land has gone down. So I don't think the income would figure into that. And I don't think any of like the renovations have been done that would also increase or decrease that value. So I'm just curious why.
Well, I'm sure that if that's multifamily, it's on the list that we have, and I assure you we will review that for 2026.
Okay, I appreciate that. And when would we see the results of that?
Probably in late May, early June.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
That it?
Again, we appreciate your time and willingness to give us a little bit of education. So thank you for your being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That was a lot. Okay. All right, so moving on to the next order of new business is the beach house improvements. Mr. Kendrick, I believe you're on.
Good afternoon. Let's see. All right, I guess first let me, Council was asked this question earlier, what prompted us to put this out for bid? What I heard in January is that this council wanted to follow the former procurement process, and that entailed putting out projects to bid, formally advertising with a bid packet. One of the other things I heard that was wanted contractors that had verified internet presence, verified contractor's license. So that's what we did in order to get you back a comparison of informed costs of what the exact project would look like as it was presented previously. And also that included is the apples to apples comparison. So inside the bid form, everything that was listed was the same thing that was listed previously, so that everything, other than, mobilization, those costs, because now this project required bonds and those types of things, so you had to have a pay item where the contractor could list his bonds, and that's also in this where we had a bid bond, a performance bond, and a payment bond. All those things are costs that the contractor has when he secures a project, and that goes toward your verified warranty. Okay. Someone other brought up about the electrical and plumbing. Why that was set cost was because we had in the previous bid, we had a verified cost there. So we limited or that allowance to that verified cost, so there wouldn't be any variable there. So we limited that plumbing allowance and electrical allowance to $5,000. So, with that being said, the bid was put out in late February. The bid was scheduled to be open on March the 5th. And I think at our last meeting, I kind of went over this time frame to be able to bring this back. And that was also part of my recollection, was that this council wanted the ability to review it prior to any award and to have public input. So what we did was, like I said, we advertised it. We put it out on State of Georgia website, GLGA Marketplace. That's where a lot of projects are advertised. It's usually picked up through several other entities. We also scheduled where contractors, when they got the bid form, they had an opportunity up until a week before the bid was opening to ask any pertinent questions. So if they were not clear on what we were looking for in the bid form, that they had an opportunity to email the city clerk, and we did this before in other projects. Email the city clerk with their question, and he would, if it was just a simple administrative question, he would respond to it, copy me on it. If it was something more project related, he would forward it to me, I would answer it and return it to him, and he would respond back to the person in question. What that does is keeps from having to issue an addendum, and therefore extend the time that the bid was opened. And before the bid would be opened, if we did get any questions, we would send it out to everyone that requested a bid form. So when they did respond back, they responded directly to the city clerk. He captured and made a list, and he included that here, a list of everyone that requested. Is that email?
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just didn't see it.
Also up on the screen. First page, and I got it on the screen as well.
Oh, so I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 people requested the bid forms. Okay, we had a citizen that requested a form. Basically, it's like says here that she requested on behalf of a contractor she knew. That's a good thing, because we've heard previously that there were residents or citizens that engaged in this type of work and they didn't know or had an opportunity to bid. So that was a positive thing. The other thing I'd like to call your attention to is where it says Dodge Construction Network. That's really what they call the Dodge Room, which is a clearinghouse for bids. And that's a good thing, because that means this got widespread advertisement. So potentially more than the 7 people that requested, or 6 other than the Dodge Room that requested a bid packet, they saw it and they chose not to respond. The other thing that we did in order to ensure that we would potentially entice bidders for the project, we held an open house for 2 hours where if any person that had an interest here could come by and get more specifics on if they were not clear on what was in the, or required to submit a bid. We only had one person or one entity that came to the open house, and that was the eventual person that submitted a bid, Collins General Construction. So that being said, the bids were open March 5th, 2028 at approximately 2 p.m. This bid was submitted electronically. Present to review the bids were City Clerk, City Administrative Officer, Ms. Varner, and myself. So what you see here, the tab is just the one bid for $137,368.88. Any questions?
If we're talking about recollection, the last time we were talking about this renovation, my recollection, and the reason that we tabled it, is because the scope was too big and the price was too much. And so we expressed a desire to have it pared down to just plumbing and electrical. And $80,000 was too much. So I guess I'm confused why we opened the scope and made more work and also almost doubled the cost of it, when the reason we tabled it in the first place is because it was too expensive and the scope was too big.
We didn't double the scope. The scope is exactly the same as the previous scope that we tabled. So my thought, and like I said, and I apologize if I'm wrong, but we put it out with the intent to get a comparison to what was gathered in the previous procurement process versus the typical procurement process. This still doesn't preclude us from doing any of the work that you tabled, as you're saying, to do the plumbing or the electrical. That is still a viable option, just to do that. It's just that we wanted to make sure that council understood what the procurement process, the formal procurement process looks like. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Not even thinking about the specific bid, but my curiosity is the challenge of finding people to bid, which is a different sub-issue of that. So it sounds like you set it out, you did a process to announce it, you sent it to places that would send it out to other places, and yet we're still not getting much response. And like, what do we do? What do we need to do to try to elicit more bids so we're getting more choice and better competition? Because if we're only getting one bid submitted out of 7, and it's like, how do we do that?
What the same challenge like when I first came on board nearly 2 years ago was the same scenario. Previously, you weren't getting, or the city of Pine Lake was not getting bidders. A lot of it, as I said before, had to do with the preparation of plans, where people just found it difficult to actually comprehend what was bid in the plans, but they didn't. I can't really speak. I'm just saying, my experience why when I worked in the industry, I wouldn't bid a set of plans is, you found a whole lot of things that would cause a lot of problems. And if you, an ethical contractor wouldn't bid because they knew there would be a lot of change orders involved. And, they might not try to move forward with that because they might not be able to be paid or recoup what they're, doing. Right. I don't know. I'm just saying personal experience.
So, I have a question, and maybe it'll answer yours. The bid issued to the public says, this project includes but is not limited to the repair and resurfacing of approximately 13 streets of local
Where?
roadways in
Where did that
accordance
go?
with the contract documents.
Where is that at?
It's right here.
It's the
You
one
can look
that
at it.
says Section 2, invitation to bid. There it is, yeah. Keep going, scroll down.
Oh,
Scroll
God.
down.
So I'm
Yeah,
wondering if
Yeah,
that
there you go.
Well,
maybe,
I'm sorry. My apologies. I didn't proofread it. But here, I'm so sorry. That's embarrassing. It still should have gave an opportunity for anybody looking at it.
To question it.
It just, I used the template from a previous one. That's why it happened. And my apologies. That's irresponsible
So-
on my part.
what, I mean, I don't know if anyone can jump in. What's the process for who submits the bids? Like, does it go through your admin assistant or Ned,
No.
or is it?
This was received via email by the city clerk.
Okay.
Nobody has even opened it to review anything. It just went to him, and he just basically, like I said, in the presence of two others, you know. But as you can see in their bid form, they did respond to the bid form itself. They didn't mention anything that was in the advertisement, which is probably a good thing.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm just wondering if somebody had read this, could they have been like, oh, well, we're not.
They could
not-
have. They could
okay.
have. They could have.
But then they also could have sent a question
Yes,
to
they could
clarify
have. Yeah,
things.
My mistake. I
Yeah.
apologize for that, but we didn't get any clarifying questions. We didn't get any clarifying emails. When the person that responded showed up, they didn't make a mention of that. That's totally my fault for not proofreading it all the way through. You know, I just used it as a boilerplate because you're doing these things repetitiously.
So then, if we just wanted to do, like we expressed last time we spoke, just the electrical, just the plumbing, and I think that the retaining wall needs to be repaired, but that could be separate or part of this. So instead of being $140,000, then could it just be the $10,000 for the plumbing and electrical?
What you'd have to do is reject this bid at your next meeting. We'll put it on the agenda. Just reject it entirely, and then we could put on an agenda, you know, just to do the electrical and the plumbing. And we did have a cost for the retaining wall, but, you know, you probably want to do something different with that also, because you only had one person, you know, previously, that, you know.
Can we just go ahead and save the effort of putting it on the agenda for next week? Because I'm not trying to speak for everybody, but I
Short
will not
answer is
be.
no, sir, you can't.
Okay, thank you.
You need a regular session vote for that. Let me also suggest, though, council, that within your purchasing policy in your code, given the fact that you've only got a single vendor for this, you have the option, or the administration has the option to say, we're gonna reduce the scope, we're gonna talk to this vendor, negotiate the reduced scope, and since there's only one person interested in the work, get a price for those new items, and as long as it's within the thresholds that are allowed under your purchasing code, really lower than that as far as what the restrictions are. So if it's the will of council as expressed by the five of you here tonight, that you want to proceed with just the plumbing and just the electrical within the scope of this proposal as you see it, then you can direct staff or direct the administration to find us the best price from this vendor for that work under the terms of this proposal as it exists. And we don't have to go through the shenanigans and show votes effectively to reject this bid. We can talk to this contractor and see if they're willing to do a smaller project for less than 135. So if all five of you agree and there's no dissent, I would suggest that you can make that choice only if there's no dissent. Then you can, as a body, make that direction to the city manager to proceed in that regard and cut off 2 weeks before you can re-let this or redecide what you want to do in the future. You know, obviously the mayor herself is not here, but she doesn't get a vote. The five of you who are here all do. So if that is the will of the council, you have that opportunity to sort of short circuit your process and get this moving more quickly than otherwise it might could.
I have a question about that, Chris. With this being a bid and having the bonds, I mean, that would, I mean, I understand that is, I'm sure the bond is based on the price, but are you saying that it's possible to do that and still stay within the budget and have the, I mean, I guess that's a question for the
Well,
vendor.
There's two parts to that, Councilmember Hull. The city manager will have to speak to what the budget is, because I'm not, that's his document, not mine. The answer procedurally is what happens to the bond that's required. The bond is required because the price came in at above $100,000, which is the state threshold. Once it clears 100, the bond is required by state law. If it's under 100, the bond is only required if the local ordinance requires it. Ours does, but the bond amount will be reduced to whatever the actual purchase price that is ultimately approved is. I know the city manager will likely bring an item back to you in 2 weeks if that's your direction. Just dot our i's and cross our t's so that you've said grace over this choice. But that's, again, that's a conversation between you and your city manager about how he and y'all want to work out that process. There is authority within your ordinance as it sits. If this number comes in less than the $25,000 that he has authority to, he can sign that agreement without council action. I know my city manager well enough that he's not going to do that. He's going to bring it to you for a vote. But just be aware that there is that authority within your code.
So what is the amount for this, the threshold you said is 100,000 for the state to require a bond? What's according to our code?
I think it's for all projects, generally speaking. We tend to waive it for less than 25, but as a general rule, my recollection is the purchasing code requires bonds for all city contracts.
So it's subject to being waived. There's not a limit like the 100,000.
To be honest with you, Councilman, the trouble of getting a bond for a project of less than $25,000 is not.
It's not worth it.
The juice is not worth the squeeze, frankly. So under 25, it makes no sense to have a bond because the cost of the bond will likely be equal to or exceed the value of the project, just because that's the way construction bonds work.
Thank you. So, Mr. Kendrick, it sounds like just in some sense putting this out to bid was an opportunity to look at some of the criteria that had been requested previously, which is looking at people who we can find on the internet. They have business license, they're bonded, insured, et cetera. And then we're stuck with, well, we did that, and this is what we got, which is one bid.
My intent was to follow the will of the council, and this is the results of that.
And we have one bid.
While we're considering this and looking at the electrical and the plumbing, can you remind me what exactly is covered under the electrical allowance and the plumbing allowance?
For the electrical, the building is out of code compliance. There's not enough GFCIs for the units in the kitchen and those types of things. There was needed to be one of the plugs that would host an ice maker, needs to be a GFCI. In the ceiling where they have the overhead lights for the stage lights, they're running numerous extension cords, which is out of code. So there needed to be dedicated outlets placed in the ceiling. Couple of other things that, but that's pretty much the gist of it. It covered, and that was an upset limit because a lot of this thing in the ceiling, you know, it was an estimate because we didn't know exactly what the access was and how exactly it would be run. But the quotes that we got from both the plumber and the electric that had previously done work for us was based on an upset limit of that they know what was required that they could get done under that threshold. It could be less, but it definitely won't be more.
Gotcha. For the plumbing?
The plumbing, we have a old in-floor grease trap that needs to be abandoned and put more of an inline grease trap on the sink. We don't need a 4-compartment sink because it's a catering kitchen. The 4-compartment sink is used for you know, the dishwashing process in a normal restaurant. So that was a sink there, and plus the televising all of the sewer lines because we have 2 floor drains and we didn't know if they were dry or they were capped, so we needed to televise those. Replacing the toilets, you need to upgrade those toilets. They are not ADA compliant. And at the same time, while we're replacing those, we need to have televised those lines to make sure that we don't have any issues in the plumbing there. And there was two outside lines that needed to be televised because they could potentially cause backups in the building. And then we had some issues with the hot water in the building also.
So realistically, because there's separate call-outs for replacing the toilets as well as changing out the sink, I imagine if you were going to change a grease trap, you would change the sink at the same time if you were going to do that anyway. So there would be slightly more than just the two allowances. There would be some specific
No,
tasks.
Everything that's plumbing related
Is in here.
the allowance.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So if you scope the plumbing and there's an issue, then that's when you would come back to us and say, hey, there's a problem and we need to do it.
Well, pretty much the
Additional.
plumber and the electrician have went down and thoroughly went over what they think is needed, and
Okay.
you know, without actually doing the
Right.
work. You know, they, based on their expertise, they basically said that they can do what was requested for the amount that they gave us. If there was, I would be really surprised if anyone, unless it was something major that's not seen or that presented itself once they got into the work, that they would come back and say it would something additional. But we have been there before with, you know, some of our wiring issues. But some of that has been taken into account because they have done work on these buildings before.
I have questions.
Councilmember Hull, if I can just interject briefly, what I understand you to be asking is at what point does a change order come back to the council for approval? And the question of that is, once you have set your budget for the project, which is in the general fund budget from last year for this year, if the job needs to exceed that number, then there would be a budget amendment that would be required along with the change order. If the change order is within the budgetary allowance, then that may not require a council action. It depends on the comfort level of the contractor and the administration working together to determine whether or not that needs council action or whether the city manager has the authority under the purchasing policy to sign that change order without your action. Again, I know who my city manager is, and I know what his default position is always going to be, so it would likely come back to you on the change order and the budget amendment, but the change order may or may not require a financial hit to the city's budget.
We typically overestimated these things when I present them to you, and they typically come under. So,
Yeah, I was just thinking, you know, with just home repair work, oftentimes, like, once you open up the wall or you get in it, and you need to fix it, and like, is there time to come back to us, or is that like a possibility to like, hey, you know, just make a phone call and say like, this needs to be done now, otherwise everything gets paused and shut down for weeks until we have another
yeah,
council meeting.
that's it. We kind of overestimate things.
Okay.
And, you know, kind of like a tendency to do that rather, you know, than to have to come back.
Okay.
Especially if it's known.
I had thought that the outside lighting was part of electrical, but of course it makes sense that it's not. But I think that should be included. I think there needs to be an outside light for the beach house, as well as if we're paring it down, which I think is what we're all kind of talking about right now, is like signaling what we would like to see at next council. Just as part of the bare bones of that, I think the outside lighting is necessary.
Yeah, and also, there was gonna be a dedicated circuit for the outside light. That was another part of, the electrical work for that.
So Chris, is the process we're at right now is, you had mentioned that if the 5 of us agree to come to an agreement on what next?
Well,
Explain that to me
what-
one more time.
Sure. What I would suggest to the council is that if you provide direction to the administration to work with this contractor to reduce the scope and bring the project down to where the council wants it to focus on, which is the plumbing and the electrical and safety issues that you've already discussed, and reduce the scope, reduce the price, and as long as that number comes in less than what the council objected to when this appeared on your agenda in January, or was it December? I can't even remember now, sorry. Then the administration would have the authority to sign that agreement as long as it was within the budgetary limit. If that, again, knowing who my city manager is, you should expect to see a agenda item on your March 27, I guess, meeting. No, 24.
31st.
Yeah, you're right, 31st, forgive me. So if they're willing to do the work and we can come to agreement with the price, then you're gonna see an agenda item for that work. But you need to, all you need to do tonight is say, we all agree that these are the limits, and this is what we're directing the city manager to undertake getting accomplished. And then he'll see that staff act in accordance with the will of the council. Does that make sense? And
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Kendrick may have an additional caveat that he wants to add, but I'll cede the floor to him.
Yeah. This is similar to what we did with the pedestrian bridge. Remember when that price, and, we reviewed the actual scope of work and thought it was excessive. And, we did another review of it and brought that to the council, and council concurred that that was excessive, the amount. And we went back to the contractor to negotiate down to the new scope of work, but they, basically were not interested. So we brought it back and you rejected that bid, and then we moved on to something else. I think that's kind of similar. But the other question I had is, if, Chris, things work out like previously, where this contractor is not interested in just doing that work, we would still be forced to reject the bid entirely, because we already have local folks who are, we've already gotten quotes for that, we have a comfort level with to do that particular work.
So then you would be back into your normal process if they're not willing to work with us on a reduced scope. So there would be a formal vote to reject the bid, and then we could use other parts of the purchasing policy to go get 3 quotes, or quotes from appropriate contractors for the different pieces, and work through that process to get a global number for the council to consider at that point. So it's multiple ways to skin the same cat, but you're ultimately getting to the place where I understand the council wants to be. Whether we do it quickly because this contractor is willing to work with us and they may want to do more work down the line, or we go back to our regular practice of soliciting job scope bills from individual contractors related to their subject matter expertise, as we've done with the clubhouse, with the old firehouse, so forth and so on, and all the other building works that we've done.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
It does. One more question, Mr. Balch. I just heard you say this comes out of the general fund. Is this not SPLOST money?
This is for small cities.
Okay, so this is not out of the general fund.
Right, I'm sorry, yeah, that's correct. It is out of the small cities fund, but it's, to change numbers, we still have to do budget amendments, so the process of getting more money as required would be the same.
Sure, but where that money came from matters a lot right now.
Yes, of course, understood.
I have a couple questions, please. since y'all bid this out, because you wanted the apples to apples comparison, right? So whatever figure we saw in January, it's $80,000, I think, for the three. Okay, so the comparison for you is this 138 to 70 or 80 is the apples to apples, right?
Well, you also remember I said we didn't have mobilization in the other ones.
Okay.
You know, they spread it out. And I think in this one, just a quick glance, because I always look at mobilization.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, it was like $28,000.
Yeah, the mobilization on the bid here is 28, it's
Yeah.
basically 29.
Yeah. So that's a third more than what the other previously was. But, you know, all of that entails bonds and insurance and those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
And project management.
Okay. Okay, and yeah, I think that's it.
So I do have a question. I thought I remembered in the last proposal we were given in January that it was to paint the kitchen cabinets, but this one says construct kitchen cabinets. So I was, and it's got a cost of 20.
There's another option in there. It was either replace or refinish. And so there is a separate item in the back, I believe, for refinishing.
Well, the cabinets are in here in the scope of work for just over 20,000.
It's item 7.
But that, you know, I guess what I'm saying is it doesn't, I don't see the apples to apples, because the last proposal that we were presented with was to paint the cabinets, and this is construct new cabinets. I'm on page 4 of 8 in section 3. And it's right on the top, number 7. And I personally think the cabinets need to be replaced. Not that I'm looking at that right now, but I'm just saying that that's, you know, a $20,000 difference versus, you know, $5,000 in paint for cabinets. I made up that 5,000 number. I don't know.
It's kind of hard to follow when you make stuff up.
So to bring it back, we're at the place where we're deciding if, as a council, if we want to give a thumbs up to electrical, plumbing, the safety, which is the outside light. Is that correct?
And the plumbing includes the toilets and ADA compliant.
Oh, I remembered my other question. Sorry to interrupt, but it's about this. What is the allocation in the budget was 80,000 from the previous 90. Okay, so going to what we're about to talk about, we're within what's already been budgeted for this. Okay.
So do we do a vote for that, Chris? Just consent? So do we have consent?
Yeah, just to put a fine point on it, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I've not heard anyone dissent from the recommendation that I've made to you about how to approach this conundrum. So with that caveat and my observation for the record, I think the city manager's got sufficient direction as to how he needs to proceed.
Okay. Great. And again, I'm just going to reiterate the challenge of finding bidders, and what do we do with that? It's not an easy to solve issue, but I think we're going to take some creative thinking to figure that out. So any other questions for Mr. Kendrick on this issue?
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to the next item 3 under new business, which is the dam planting proposal. And you're on again.
I want to kind of veer a little bit. I'm going to pass this around. You can all look at it, please get it back. What I've done in the last year is chart the level of the lake. So this is nearly about the same time last year. from 3/27/25 to about 2/27/25 to 3/24/25. The lake level, and this is relative to the known level of the floor of the pedestrian bridge. During the same time frame last year, we were down about, let's say, 47 inches below the low steel of those bridges. During roughly the same time frame this year, we're up nearly, showing this, we're up nearly maybe a foot and a half, you know, with the lake level. And this started to increase right after we made a concerted effort on what we were doing in the wetlands right after Lake Fest. And I think that was pretty much the lowest level that we had. No,
Can that be passed around
yeah,
for
I don't
folks
have
to see?
a label on it, you know, so I'll get Ned to put it in the, after I get it all labeled and everything. But
Okay.
I just ran across this and, you know.
That would be great if residents could see that
Right.
document as well.
Okay, so before I start, I want to go back, because, you know, address a couple of things before we start talking about a planning proposal. You know, I started work here May 13, 2024. So one of my directives was we need to get water in the lake. And pretty much since that moment, those are one of the things that I've, you know, been, you know, trying to get done. So on October the 28th, 2024, was the first contact that we made with the Army Corps of Engineers with the purpose to set up a pre-construction meeting to look at the permitting requirements for the discharge of field material within aquatic resources associated with the project Pine Lake, which is the existing project, the lake, the wetlands, everything's associated with that, with the 3 nationwide permits that were issued since the previous construction in 2011. 2 of those permits at the time were void. They were timed out. The other one just recently timed out. So the discussions with the Corps at that time became not modification, but actually a new permit. And I numerous occasions reported that to the council at that time. So on January 21st, 2025 was when we actually had a pre-application meeting after actually requesting one in October of the previous year. February the 11th, we came to the council and made an update by the Army Corps of Engineers. And basically that was, what we brought back was our contact with the Corps on what we needed to do to start moving forward. And one of those things we looked at had to have a refinement of the scope of work for dam maintenance project review incorporation, wetlands maintenance, construction extensions, jurisdictional issues with Stacked Finger Creek Dam ownership, that's the dam at the headwaters, historical impacts, and Pine Lake Snapfinger Creek water budget. And as I continually said, you know, previously, we did not know, it was a lot of unknowns because we didn't have a lot of information. We were dependent on historical data or recollections by neighbors who were involved with this. We met with several of those folks trying to gather information, but there was no hard copy written data that basically pointed us one way or the other. You know, we had a lot of anecdotal type of things. So also what came out here is that we needed to hire a professional engineering firm. The firm that we had at that time were offered the opportunity to continue. We did an RFP for engineering services. We had 4 responses: city manager, city clerk, myself, and I believe, I can't remember who the other one. We participated in the interviews of those, and we selected AECOM, okay? And so we selected AECOM on March the 13th, 2025. May 13th, 2025. On May 16th, 2025, I arranged a meeting with AECOM and the Corps of Engineers to update them on who our new engineer record was, so that they can request all pertinent data from the Army Corps of Engineers, so that they could begin the work of responding to our request for a new permit or whatever it was that we chose to do in the wetlands and in the lake, and all inclusive. So on May 27th, Task Order 1 was approved by the council at that time, and that included the wetlands project, okay? So, as I stated before, you know, we are constantly involved with these projects on a daily basis, have phone calls, Teams meetings, in-person meetings designed around what is the solution to the problem that we were facing in the wetlands, the lake, all of those things. Which also led us to the next was the Task Order 3 in July of 2025, which was the dam inspection. This came about because previously, the previous consultant did a design project for the city that basically had a cost estimate on it of about $900,000. Okay, all of those records were requested from the previous consultant, given to our new consultant. At that time, there were a lot of gaps in their records that were submitted. Part of the gaps in that, the records that were submitted from that firm was that there was no dam inspection. So that's what led us to doing a dam inspection, okay? So on August the 19th, after the project was approved, the dam inspection occurred. They actually physically came and did an inspection. The inspection could not be completed because of the disvegetation on both the downstream slope, which is the creek side, and on the lake side. And that report stated in the corrective actions, and this is on the upstream side, how would you describe the vegetation on the upstream slope? The other corrective actions stated, remove woody vegetation from the upstream slope down to the water line. Keep the slope free of trees and shrubs, and if necessary, armor with rock to prevent erosion of the upstream slope. In the current condition, it is not feasible to inspect the upstream slope. Remove trees and shrubs less than 8 inches in diameter, fill in the holes, and compact and fill soil, and finally seed the area. It also goes on with the same corrective action for the downstream slope. Other than it's also stated, a grouted steel pipe with a smaller pipe and plug along the was observed along the toe of the slope over Snapfinger Creek. See photo 25. The purpose of the pipe is unknown. Remove woody vegetation from the downstream slope and within 10 feet of the downstream toe of the slope. Much the same corrective action. Those corrective actions are also found in an inspection of the embankment dams instructions for the Georgia Safe Dams Act. Okay, so that's how what the corrective actions were stated. It's pretty much word for word. It also states in the Georgia Safe that erosion of the upstream slope, now this is just generalized, but these are the things, when I said, what I'm recommending, or what is to be recommended for the maintenance of this dam going forward, you have to adhere to these things here and here, okay? So, next, on September 16th, 2025, the Army Corps we had a field meeting. This is the Army Corps visit. During that field meeting, we discussed everything that we had previously been discussing via, Teams meeting and those things that actually came. This was also either on the heels or right before we had a government shutdown. So we were lucky to have them come out, and we talked about everything and walked everything from the headwaters all the way to the western, and discussed everything in between. The dam, the outlet structure, the inflow pipe, the upstream headwater, whether it's a weir or those types of things. We also discussed potential structural improvements and non-structural improvements. The structural improvements, we brought those 3 improvements or potential improvements to the council. 2 of them were pump related. The other was gravity related, which occurs at how it was designed, okay? So we went through all of those, and as I said, to minimize the impacts or future impacts on the city budgetarily, we needed to go for maintenance projects. Those are less costly, don't require design, and so those were the preferred options that I presented to the council. Hadn't formally, because we haven't gotten to that point yet, recommended to the council, this is what the improvement should be. But those are the things that we're working toward now, because the 2 structural improvements are far too costly for design, okay? On 10/14/25, we did a presentation for the Dam and Wetlands report to the council. We had an updated report that simply, that simply stated that we went back and did another review of records to ensure that there was the dam itself was not registered. Because we wanted to make sure that we did an exhaustive search, because if a dam was registered, then we'd have to proceed a different way. But since it wasn't registered and it needs to be certified, that decision became back to the council on how you chose to maintain it moving forward. You had a lot of latitude at this point. That also, we came back and basically stated, because previously, one of the issues was we didn't know what the normal pool of the lake would or could be. One of the things that I brought up to the council at that time was, I didn't feel comfortable just placing water into a lake without knowing what the normal pool would be, because of the impacts that it would have on the dam and downstream. So the council approved doing a bathymetric survey. At that point, the bathymetric survey gave us the ability to establish normal pool or the ordinary high water. And that basically was because we went to the top of pipe for the inlet structure, and it just came into focus, and it made a lot of sense. And that is currently, we're a little bit above ordinary high water now because we've gotten rain, okay? And we didn't have full control, as I explained before, over the outlet structure. And we all told you about what the potential is for exercising or replacement of the outlet structure valve. It's a 16-inch valve that nobody knows if it's been exercised or whatever conditions it is in. So on November the 12th, 2025, the dam project was approved. Okay. So between August and November or December, once again, we looked at everything that was involved, talked into our permitting partners of what we could and could not do. So the idea that we didn't talk to permitting is not true. We didn't need permits, and I'll get into that because of the response. So on 12/5, we put a schedule in the news blast regarding the project schedule. On 12/10, we updated that because we had the unfortunate accident of the contractor removing some vegetation that was outside of the scope of work. So 12/8, the vegetation removal began, and it was completed on the 11th. Anticipating, because I was hearing chatter, and I'll get into the response here that we got earlier, a clarification of the permitting efforts. So I asked the lead permitting person on the project team to basically recount what our process was and how we went through, determining permits or not. And keep in mind, we always kept the thought of these are maintenance projects. Maintenance projects typically don't need to be permitted. It's design projects, that's the differential, that need to be permitted. It's much what we're talking about doing with this planning project is a design project. It would have to be permitted, but it would be covered under the existing purview of what we're doing with the Corps now in our entire area. So addressing the letter that I went, it says, please see attached email that was obtained between the PL Public Works Director and A-Income Employment. First question was, has this person ever been involved in a PL project before this? Yes, he's supervising wetland scientists. We have numerous wetland scientists that are on this project. A couple of them have come to presentations previously. The other one, do you have confirmation of the OHWM, which is supposed to be a ordinary high water mark? And how was that obtained? As I stated previously, once we started to get the bathymetric survey, that was one of the first things that we had the surveyors mark, and top of pipe, inlet pipe coming in, it can't, typically won't exceed the top of pipe unless there is just, we get additional rain in the system. Do you all know the exact measurement of riprap that is below the ordinary high water mark? When the project was originally constructed, there was riprap placed below the water line. So no, I don't know that. What we placed was above in the upland area outside of the original or the ordinary high water. The engineers in their September report recommended determining the OHWM before doing any clearing. So I'm wondering if you could please share new information. As I stated, we determined the ordinary high water mark prior to doing the work because of the bathymetric survey. And I'll read you what my response is. Our project team has been working in lockstep with all permitting agencies since the approval of task order number 1. And it says no proof of that has been submitted via the Open Records Act. Those are project meetings. We have discussions regarding what's going on in the projects. When there's no action taken other than discussion of if there's anything that we need to do. So, our project team is comprised of permitting specialists with numerous years of experience. Our consultant, environmental manager, has long concluded how and when, I went over that previously, that is based on non-placement of field riprap below the ordinary high water mark. How and when was that determined? I just went through that. That the pre-construction notification to the Army Corps engineers was not required. Should this be determined before the work started? It was determined before the work started. We are all constant contact with the Corps. We have people on our team that previously worked for the Corps and EPD, so they all know the regulations regarding these things. Additionally, since the vegetation within the buffer on the lakeside was removed by non-mechanical methods, a variance from the EPD is not required. EPD requires a variance for stripping vegetation within the 25-foot buffer. Whether lakeside or creekside, mechanical removal was used creekside, and there is a video. Once again, our determination was that how we remove the vegetation is covered under EPD auspices for non-mechanical. I can get further clarification on that, but you know, that's what the guidance that was given at that particular time. Further, the City of Pine Lake is a local issuing authority, LIA, for erosion and sedimentation control, and the placement of riprap was determined to be a maintenance project. Could someone please explain and define the term maintenance to this issue? Maintenance projects don't require permits, design projects do. Maintenance projects occur to, like on day-to-day type basis, okay? Therefore, no land disturbance permit was required. At the beginning of all projects, I informed council that the strategy, well, let me back up and say this. The disturbance for the removal of the vegetation was less than an acre impact. Other experts have measured and determined that it is over 1 acre. Is it possible for someone to double check this? I'm wondering who the expert would be, because I myself hold the highest credential for certification for erosion and sedimentation control in the state of Georgia. So if anyone has that credential that has measured that in its actual disturbed area, not what is placed there. So the actual disturbed area is where the vegetation was removed, which was calculated, and it is less than an acre impact. And I believe that's all the questions that were there. I'm not trying to be confrontational here. I'm just trying to answer the questions. I'm not too big to say I made a mistake, but I don't think any mistakes were made. I think we followed the process that we normally follow with projects that we do. We do have the time, we have indicated that we have met all of the requirements for notification or non-notification, because we didn't basically say we needed any because of how we, you know, handled this project. So, does anybody have any questions regarding this timeline?
I do. The bathymetric survey, that was the water depth survey?
Mm-hmm.
The guys out, were they out on the motorized boat? Was that
Yeah, they did that, and they did a lot of walking around everywhere, yes.
Okay, so I just want to say, I saw them out there on December 22nd, and that was after the riprap had started to be placed,
Mm-hmm.
because I met with Shakira Johnson, and I was walking around with her, and when I was walking to meet her, I was like, oh, there's a motorized boat on the lake. And then I saw the trucks. I was like, oh, they're doing the survey. I remember seeing that in the council. So to say that you had that information before you placed the riprap is incorrect.
They started the survey in October. The project didn't kick off until December. One of the first things that we asked them to do was establish a benchmark and find out where ordinary high water. So within a week, they had that information, reported it back. We had a discussion based on looking at where the inlet pipe came in, looking at the top of the pipe. Okay, the top of the pipe that where it comes into the lake is pretty much the same visual level as like where the bottom of the place where is there. And that's how we determine what ordinary high water is there. We confirmed it after we got the entire survey.
So I think that's the thing, it wasn't confirmed. Like, the work on the dam started before the confirmation.
But we knew where it was at. It couldn't be anything other than where ordinary, it could only be higher. It couldn't be lower.
So if I'm hearing, there's two separate measurements involved. One is the ordinary high water level, and that could be assessed in October. What the boat part of the expedition did was to help assess the total volume. So not the high level, but like the depth.
Yeah, the depths, that's the bathymetric part of it, you know, assessing the bottom of the lake to the water surface elevation. So determining how much is filled in, you know, below the water surface elevation.
So we knew how high the lake would normally get in October. In December, we discovered, based on the depth, how much volume the lake does or could hold.
Yes.
Other questions?
So now to go into the dam planning.
Before we do that,
Go ahead.
just to clear the air about permits, Jan Dunaway, the supervisor of the DeKalb Soil and Water, sent us an email saying that we did not have a land displacement permit. And when I asked you about that, you said that since we were an independent an issuing authority, that we didn't have to do that. And then I asked her about that, and she said that ILAs cannot issue LDPs independently without a memo of agreement with the DeKalb Soil and Water, and that Pine Lake does not have one of those, even if it is for maintenance.
Okay. Everywhere I've been, and I told her this, every place I worked that was an LIA, was a local issuing authority, had an MOU with that, especially, and we also are phase 1 NPDS. I'm looking for the word. We hold a phase 1 NPDS permit. Everywhere I've been, when you have those two things, there's no question that you have an MOU. Okay, I proceeded based on that, and also, once again, Ms. Dunaway may be a supervisor, but she doesn't know how to do land development or determinations. She's not a certified plan reviewer. Okay, so I've already spoken with her about this, and I've also spoke with Ben Rudowitz, who is actual in charge of the office, and he's in agreement with me.
So we do have a memo of agreement with them?
We're looking at that now, but as I'm saying, as I'm proceeding with that, and you know, being a phase 1 NPDS holder and having we are an LIA, it's basically that we do or should have an MOU. She says we don't. I talked with Ben. Ben says we're able to do what we did.
One of the conditions to those two permits is the existence of that MOU. The EPD would not issue, particularly the MPES permit, without the MOU. So the MOU has to exist somewhere, whether DeKalb's got it or not. I could go on for days about the dysfunction of DeKalb record keeping. We have our own challenges in that regard, so I'm not going to throw stones at glass houses. But I know EPD will not issue the permits that Mr. Kendrick just identified without the existence of authority from the county.
But we didn't do the permit.
We don't have
to.
We have the MPES and the LIA authority from EPD, which requires the existence of the MOU in order to be a local issuing authority by itself. So the existence of the MPU or the MOU is presupposed in the existence of what MPD has said we have the authority to do. Does that make sense?
I'm not trying to be obtuse. So we do have the memo of agreement with DeKalb Soil and Water? Or are we just
have to-
assuming that we do?
We have to have had that agreement in place in order to be both a local issuing authority and to have the MPES permit from EPD.
Okay, so when she says that we don't have that,
Then the fact that she can't put her hands on the agreement is not our fault, first. Second, EPD would have required us to have the MOU before they issue the permits. The fact they issue the permits means they've seen the agreement, so it exists somewhere.
so we should have that, should we
We
not?
should have, yes, and whether or not we can put our hands on it is a whole different question.
I'm following up on that because we had this very same issue when we were dealing with this variance over here on Oak Drive. And we got we had the residence engineer that was totally left out to dry because of some non-record keeping by EPD to clarify the issue, which we eventually got clarified. So we do have issues with record keeping and record management, both not only in Pine Lake, but other places too, when it's associated with Pine Lake.
I'll
Because
let you,
there's also been some other issues regarding, sewer line issues and water line issues that, constantly come up when other folks or, try to pull permits for these other type issues. And I keep referring back to the new bills, where, these issues have popped up. But I'll redouble my efforts to make sure that I put my hands on an MOU from DeKalb County regarding this LIA. But I'm comfortable in stating that, and it's not just me. I've, asked other folks about this thing. When you're an LIA, you have an MOU, okay? And you're in an NPDES Phase 1 community, you have an MOU.
one quick question about the inspection, the dam inspection that we weren't able to do back in September, August. That's been done?
Yes.
When will we be able to see that?
We're going to finalize the report as I reported last time and bring everything back. We're close to actually having the frameworks of our overall permit. So I thought it would be wise to just bring everything back for approval at that time. There was really no issues that came up regarding, any damage to the dam. It was just simply that we needed to provide or do the corrective actions that would not cause us to have any damage to the dam structure.
So we'll be able to see that.
Oh, yeah.
When?
Let me update you after a meeting on Monday.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah, I guess so after the corrective actions, that's, what does that entail?
Well, one of the corrective actions that we've already moved forward with was placing the riprap on the lakeside. Now, the creekside corrective action, that is when I spoke about before. That project, when we had people come look at it, the cost on that was going to be really astronomical. That's why I advised that we need to start, in order to complete that project, we need to look into more, grants and those types of things, because it's going to be an excessive cost to that project that we know right out of the gate. And mainly due to access, we don't have any real clear access points, and in order to just imagine if we were to have did this project maybe 2 weeks ago, with the rain that we got, we probably would have lost an excavator because it would have been in the creek. Because everyone that I asked to come take a look at it, that was the access point of, of working the project from there, because we have a weight limit, self-imposed weight limit on the dam itself. And any equipment that would have a reach enough to work from the dam would be too heavy and would exceed that self-imposed weight limit. The other issue, as I said, regarding access on both sides, Spruce and Lakeview, are private property. We would have to get a right of entry from either a friendly owner that would charge us next to nothing to get in there and simply basically say, just repair it if you damage after the fact. One of the things that could happen is, you know, and nobody wants to see this, is, you know, I'm not gonna even say the word, but, you know, a taking, you know, to access the property. But that didn't even cross my mind to get there. One of the other issues that were brought up in order to successfully do the creek side is to build what you call a cofferdam, which would entail blocking off the creek and putting a pump and pumping around while they do the actual work there. But like I said, last week when we got those heavy rains and, you know, that creek came up, you know, and filled half the, those 4 boxes up. So it was a lot of flow going through there. So it would have been quite an issue. And nobody really wants to, you know, try to do that.
I'm sorry to keep going back to this. I just so the corrective action is the riprap. So did AECOM come back out and do a dam inspection in December?
They did that, I can't remember. They did it on between, I think it was the 10th or the 11th of December.
So if we asked for a dam inspection, surely they would give you a report similar to the one that we received.
We have a preliminary report. It hasn't been finalized yet. What I was saying to Councilman Torrent was, we're taking everything. We're at the point now where we take everything and put it in a finalize the dam report, finalize the wetlands report, and put them all together so that we can have a complete report for the entire, you know, eastern lake, western wetlands.
It just seems like, you know, we're being told we can't see this information.
I'll have it for you at the next meeting.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Just on another front, the creek, and you and I have spoken about this, that one of the issues is the DeKalb County sewer lines that run through the resident side of the creek, which is where a lot of concern is in terms of where there's erosion and the stream banks are starting to cave in. And I don't know if many people know, but there's manholes all along that backside of the creek and almost exposed sewer lines. And that's nothing we can touch. That is county, and I know we've spoken about that, about getting them to come out and how do we work with them to get them to do the work to shore that up.
Well, we just recently got them to come fix the pipe, the sewer pipe, the collapse right there on Park. And, you know, they're gonna come back, send another crew back to actually fill it there. So all of that has been placed on their radar, and we just have to continually, just like we've been doing with the other streets and those types of things, issues, water line issues, sewer line issues, just, you know, continue to put those on their radar so that they can up them in priority and move forward. We had Ms. Vakowski came, said the same thing. She's been scheduling meetings with the, you know, with commissioners for the same issue. She wanted to amplify that also. You yourself, former member Jean Bordeaux, she's had meetings with him. The mayor herself has had meetings with the CEO and those types of things, amplifying the very same issues that, you know, we continue to see here.
So the challenge is it's just so complicated. There's so many dominoes to this whole thing. And I think that's where there's been some confusion on, I know many times I think I understand everything and then I read something else and then I'm confused again. One is I I just have to publicly say I'm tired of hearing all these acronyms and things, because we've heard way too many tonight for it to last a lifetime, MOU, PIL, whatever. The idea that it's a process we have to work through with multiple agencies, state, federal, county, city, and it's not a simple process. And I think what we're all trying to do is get to a better understanding of what's happened and what we want to do with what's happened. And one is, I appreciate your persistence. I know you take your job very seriously and you take a lot of pride in it. And I just want to say I appreciate that.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Now to the actual item.
Before you get started, I need to say something. A very important agenda, and I didn't have a chance to talk to the chair after the mayor had a family illness and wasn't going to be here, but I had made her aware of the importance of our also getting into some other issues. Notwithstanding the importance of these, and I want to be careful in saying this, my agenda, as I anticipated following the adoption of the budget and the class and pay study and the use of fund balance, was a continuation. And with some of the issues that have happened, now approaching a quarter of the year, I have not been able to get to those issues, even though I've written you twice in the strategic performance report in February, sustainability, and this month, financial sustainability. So I want to make sure, as we continue with these important topics, that you all have an appetite to what could be a pretty long meeting, because if I have to skip one more month before getting the council focused on issues that I believe involve the very viability of Pine Lake as a community. So I know we've got public comments twice. Still, Mr. Kendrick took up time defending a communication that we weren't originally copied on. So I appreciate that he felt the need to do that. But I hope your appetite is one that, when we're all said and done, we need to talk about some other very important issues as well.
Thank you.
3 months for this conversation, so yes.
Councilmember Lowers, did I say something to offend you?
No, I've been waiting for 3 months to have a conversation about how we're going to make good on the budget changes that we had at the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody have any questions or comments about the dam planning proposal? I moved on from there. What we presented last time was, you guys mark it up or whatever's your pleasure regarding this, to mitigate or what,
I think that leads right into the thick of the conversation that we need to start. Councilor Kohler, you suggested that we needed to commit to some sort of what are we going to do about the riprap, because there's everything from do nothing about it to absolute complete removal. And where do we land? What can be taken up? Because I think there's a lot of issues with it. Public safety has been mentioned. On a side note, I hope we get signs up soon saying please don't walk on the riprap. But, so, my fellow council, how do we feel about what needs to happen with the riprap?
So I think it would be helpful to lay out what the options are. And that's been, so again, it's from one extreme is keep it, plant it, to the other extreme is remove it all. And then we have room in between. And my understanding is what the council decides, that's what you will do, because that's your job.
That's my job, yep.
And
Can I say this? I think maybe the way Councilman Torrent put it, the damn planning thing that we have here is somewhere in between.
right, and
Yeah,
so,
one
and,
way,
and
yeah.
so I'm a middle ground person. So like when there's two different extreme sides, somewhere we have to find a middle ground on this in order to move forward.
I'm recalling some of the communications over the weekend where I know the city attorney weighed in, and among the discussion that I thought there was some consensus that was reached was we've got the town hall meeting where this is going to be further discussed. I don't know if you're headed towards a consensus on what should happen. I think the fact that you've got the mayor missing should also be a consideration. One thing that I haven't raised about this issue, and I think Mr. Kendrick already indicated to you, we as the administration stand behind, despite all of the questions that continue to come, the overall recommendation of what the city council approved. But wherever you go this evening, one thing that we haven't talked about is the source of this funding and many other projects that have been done over the last year. These funds are based on an intergovernmental agreement with the county. And this one particular portion, separate from other SPLOST funds, was some $2 million. And we are accountable for how those funds are spent. We have to report to the county. I've already discussed with the finance director how we're going to do that. But we have to do it after each year, also recognizing that we also have to keep track of how long it's going to take to finish off spending these funds. We made a recommendation to you that your predecessors, without question, endorse, despite whatever dissent there might have been. And that is the rule of the governing body. So we have nothing to be ashamed of. And your administration, your professional administration, stands by what was recommended and what was ultimately approved by the city council. You know, this is largely an issue I don't want to oversimplify because I know it runs deeper than this, but it's the appearance of the riprap, which sometimes can shortchange the deeper roots and the recommendations that were made and approved by the city council. And overall, and Mr. Kendrick started with how the water levels have improved. And that was the biggest challenge of the first 9 months of my tenure, even as I was learning from Mr. Kendrick. And now those water levels are at a point that I think, you know, we can say that there has been some improvement. But that also brought into question in Mr. Kendrick's expertise about the floodplain. Because it's easy to look past the public safety issues. So the project that has been approved by the city council is one that took everything into account. Foremost, public safety. Doesn't guarantee anything, but I think certainly reduce the potential liability with water levels being up. And so what we can say to the county when we report is that we had a significant public improvement, capital improvement, community investment, 6 figures, over $100,000. If ultimately the council decides that it wants to reverse that, plus the cost of whatever it's going to take, particularly if you go to the extreme of removing it, it wipes away the improvement. And then we've got to account for going on or close to $200,000. How responsible have we been in using not general fund dollars, not Pine Lake dollars, but county dollars supported across the county? And therefore, what's the future of other such funds in the future? So I just want to put that out there as you debate, if you choose to debate before the town hall meeting.
I do have a question. You just said it was a significant community improvement. What's the difference between that and maintenance?
I'm not going to get into the technical because that's not my line of thought.
Oh.
But maintenance was a category that Mr. Kendrick explained in giving us some room for moving ahead with improvements without necessarily having to go through the formal permitting process, which I will tell you from the former council, that was one of their great disdains of not being able to move ahead faster, and the issue back then was water levels. But yes, this is without question a capital improvement project because it's one of the criteria for using these funds. It's just an issue that I had not raised before that I knew that I needed to before it was all said and done. Doesn't define what you're ultimately going to decide, but it does need to be a consideration.
And we're not going to be deciding that tonight. That's my understanding. That's the process is to have the town hall continue getting more public input, and then after that, and if you could help me, that's how I understand the process to be, is after the town hall, then we have other steps to decide.
Yeah, let me just put a period on that if I can, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. In consultation with my office, the council has directed that there will not be an agenda item for action on any of your future agendas until such time as the council determines it has achieved as much public input on these questions as it desires to have, and then it will provide direction to this group, will provide direction to the administration for when that agenda item can come forward for final action. There is, we'd also amended the agenda for tonight to allow public comment during this agenda item. So, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, at some point after the council has had its opportunity to continue to ask Mr. Kendrick questions, you need to open the floor for that public comment with the same rules as we use for the regular public comment, with the caveat that instead of whatever people want to talk about, the comments for this agenda item have to be focused on this agenda item only. If you're outside of that, you have the authority, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, to ask the speaker to either return to the topic at hand or to sit down.
Okay. And Stanley, is that, we're all in agreement on that?
I would like to say something since my name came up as far as talking about these options. I think that, first of all, I don't think that tonight is a very productive time to get into all of this, just period. I'm mindful of your time and your hard work. And I also, for me, the reason that I brought that up to council is because I think a huge piece of it goes into cost and funding and things that Mr. Hawthorne has brought up around our responsibility with these funds. So I personally don't think it's worth getting into until, for me personally, until there's a better sense of just cost, period. And if we would even ask you, Director Kendrick, to try to research that, like that in itself is a cost of time and all of that. So just to like think about what we're doing tonight and staying on topic and just what this could sprawl into. And again, since I brought it up, I just want to like be clear on my intentions about that.
So moving forward for tonight, so that we're not here till 4 a.m. I think the latest we've had a meeting was, what, 11 o'clock? I'd rather personally not do that. What are our next steps in terms of this?
Your next steps, frankly, are your choices. As I understood the council's direction to me, and which was then turned into my request to the administration, is you wanted an additional opportunity besides the town hall on the 30th to hear from your constituents. That's why the public comment was added to the agenda.
Right.
If you were in agreement with Councilmember Kohler's suggestion that you need more data on cost of various options, then the council could give direction to the administration to get that data and provide that data so that you have it before your town hall on the 30th, and you could either, again, by direction to the administration, get that data disseminated to the public in advance of the town hall, or otherwise get that information out as you direct. If, on the other hand, you want to continue to ask questions of the director and get more information from your constituents, and then debate amongst yourselves as part of this conversation so that your constituents can hear tonight sort of where each of you may be leaning, that's a choice. So what you want to do and how you want to proceed is entirely within your discretion. My suggestions, or my 3 opportunities or 3 options, are simply what came to my head as I was talking, so they're not limiting you in any way or suggesting that any one of them is appropriate or less appropriate or more appropriate than another. How you want to proceed on this topic, given the contentious nature of the decision you're being asked to make, is your choice.
So on the agenda, the next item would be to hear more about the dam planting proposal, have public comment specifically about the dam planting proposal, then go into an open public comment on any topic, then go into reports and other businesses.
Including the strategic performance report, which is
Right.
where I understand the city manager wants to spend time talking about balancing the budget.
So my question, I guess, to council is, knowing I've read the proposal, do we need to talk more about that, or just could we jump right into, and I don't know if we can do that, Chris, go straight into public comment about that.
I'd like to ask one question about it that might preempt some of the comments, maybe? Okay, so we have this proposal to develop a planting plan from AECOM for $20,000. What are the upsides of having a plan like that? What are the upsides of not using a plan? Because at some point we had talked about just letting nature take its course out there. So how, and given that we already have a list of native plants, what does the plan from AECOM get us that makes it worth that much money?
I guess what it gets you is the assurance that you were lacking with it, not having a design plan to accompany the maintenance project. I mean, you spoke natural recruitment, how we intended to do it previous, but, that's kind of what the project is intended, is to give, like I said, the assurance that you're getting a design project that covers everything that you want to to have, you know, covered. It gives you aftercare for the plantings. It gives you a warranty, because it's based on that, a design. It gives you the opportunity to control the procurement process for hiring whomever to do the planning also.
Thank you.
I have a question, please. If, just to spitball every option or multiple options, if we did nothing, are there any legal, structural, like, concerns if nothing is planted intentionally?
I think we met the stabilization threshold by placing the riprap where it's at. The planning gives you additional assurance because it further, you know, intertwines and stabilizes the bank. There's an aesthetic component to it. The same as with, you know, the design. The more natural recruitment is you just get what you can get. You know, that type of thing. The design project is basically you're actually selecting what you want to have planted and those types of things.
And so the potential with the design is if, again, hypothetically, we say we want 5 different easements going into the lake where there's no riprap. That
Yeah,
would
that's
be included in
another
the design.
consideration also is, you know, minimization, maximization, reconfiguration, all those types of things. But as long as they meet the minimum threshold for stabilization, you know, that's really all the main concern is the minimum that's required for stabilization.
So then it really behooves, I think, to really, before we dive into that, is to get more public input, have the town hall that would then direct what this may or may not be. Is that,
Yeah, I think all the tension that everyone's felt these last few months is because the governing body failed to adequately communicate with the public. Not you. Right? That's not your job. So, of course, you know, it's easy for me to say I wasn't here, right? But I think that was the problem. That things moved too fast and it wasn't communicated well enough. And as well as a news blast is to say that there's a dam restoration project and, you know, there's gonna be vegetation removal, like people, if you don't see it, they don't understand what they were getting.
and just also to have it out in the public, my understanding is the vegetation on the western wetland side that was taken down in area is going to be replaced by that contractor
It's
who did
considered,
that.
yeah.
So I don't know if everyone understands
and also that and the infiltration basin also that's along Lake Shore needs to be cleaned out and replanted.
So I would suggest then we move to public comment, specifically on the planning. Is that a consensus on folks?
Thank you, Mr. Kendrick.
Mr. Kendrick, thank
Thank
you
you.
for
We appreciate it.
for being there. So public comments, come on up. If you need to adjust the microphone, please do. This public comment section is about specifically the planting proposal, the riprap. State your name, where you live, and go.
Well, I wasn't planning on coming up here tonight, so I'm not really prepared, but I think we need to back up for a second and figure out, or think about and talk about how this started. And I agree with what you just said, Deb, but I think there's more to this. There's a memo. What? Good. There was a memo written by you, Mr. Hawthorne, and a resolution dated November 12th, 2025.
So
I'm sorry,
let me clarify. So this section of public comment is about the planting plan only.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but this has
So-
to do with the background that you need to know in order to consider the planting plan. So it's very important to talk about this. And I feel like my time's getting cut into because there's so much. I would like to start.
I paused when Councilmember Goldberg's.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, I would like to continue.
Yeah,
All
go
right,
ahead.
so basically, the council, when they voted, they were given false information. They were told in the memo and in the resolution that the dam remediation project was based on the recommendation of the engineers. That was not true. We have figured that out. That was not true. That is in writing, in the memo, and in the resolution. So then, and plus the community had no idea. There was not the time given, just like what was given for the green space master plan or things like this. So fast forward, all of this confusion and stuff starts happening for people to unwind how this happened. Well, if you're talking about money, I believe that right there was a waste of $102,500 because we should not have done that because it was false information. The engineers did not say to do that. So let's start talking about money. That's one chunk of money. The next chunk is this $20,000 planting plan. How much for the labor and the plants that we haven't talked about? Also, the riprap is a safety issue. How are we going to handle that? I haven't heard any ideas. That should be in the plan too. That could be a $75,000 fence so people don't get traumatic brain injuries while they're riding their bikes down there. All of this is serious. Even the maintenance to remove the weeds is going to be outrageous. Who is going to, in their right mind, is going to crawl on hands and knees on rocks to pull up weeds? The only other idea that you could come up with is herbicides or some other kind of spray that's going to kill perennials. So I don't know how we're going to get through that without pulling up the riprap. And also, if we get fined because we didn't follow the permitting process, that's money. Where is the EPD's variance? We use
Sure,
mechanical
3 minutes,
equipment.
Brandy.
We need something in writing.
Hello, Citizen Mira, Citizen Alibasic. Thank you so much for writing this response. I would disagree with part of it. Here we heard 3 stories from Mr. Kendrick in last 3 sessions talking about. First was for implementing and making stronger the dam. Then that was maintenance, and tonight is completely different presentation or intent what he was saying. So if that was recommendation from ICOM to place that, now ICOM comes and they are proposing $20,000 just for design. That means ICOM is not to be trusted, if you ask me. They are kind of putting their money in their pockets. So I think we need fresh meat here, fresh minds, fresh contractors who will not be back up with any side. And as my construction experience, that riprap should be removed for many reasons and can be reused. So, because you need riprap for the other side. And as I was saying before, these gabions, that might be the perfect solution, but there are somebody smart out there who can see how that can be used. That creek doesn't have to be pumped water up with a whatever dam is. You just put little buffer for half of the creek. There are contractors who are very, very knowledgeable and they know what they are doing. So I would really like you, before you do any public, just bring some contractor. But please, some of you, councilor, bring it. I don't trust, sorry, apologize, nothing personal, but I don't trust Mr. Kendrick with his decisions. I mean, all of us make mistakes. We learn on mistakes, but we own mistakes. And we are about to move forward. So I would really, really suggest to removing it and
I'm sorry,
like
Mr. Mayor
being
Pro
right.
Tem, I need to interrupt the speaker because her comments are out of line. They're contrary to the chair's direction not to make things personal. She's making personal attacks and being off topic. So I'd ask you to ask her to sit down.
I'll be brief. I have really just two comments. I came,
Who are you?
I'm Kenneth Colbreth, 4275 Village Square Lane. I came last time and I made some brief comments, and I stand by those. But really just right now, I say as you move forward, and I'm glad you are moving forward, I work with a lot of A&Es like AECom. Be careful on how you direct them. If you direct them to take a certain action, there's no A&E liability. You're responsible because you directed them to do that. So just craft it so that they have the responsibility of the plan that they're going to craft. If you want a plan for vegetation given the current condition of the lake, ask for that. Not, hey, give me a plant plan. That's what you'll get. The second one is, yes, AECom did write a letter saying if necessary, but then they also wrote us another letter which precedes that one afterwards saying it wasn't. So I just want to be clear on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Kenneth. Any other public comments about the planting? Do you have?
I was gonna read a comment, but you go first, Brian.
Okay. Well, good. Well, I actually would like to acknowledge that the lake is higher and that the water supply looks a lot better. And, you know, this is part of the whole bigger plan. And to acknowledge that, I don't see what that has to do with the riprap. And so I just wanted to make that point. I don't connect the one to the other. Let's see, I think that was pretty much it. Just the general idea. Also, with regard to what Mira was saying, the riprap can be removed and put on the other side. So expense-wise, that's not like, oh, no, pull out the riprap. It's going to be tens of thousands of dollars to get rid of the riprap. Maybe it can be put on the other side. So that's another sort of mitigation possibility.
So this is challenging. We're going to have a public comment, and as soon as this is done, this is specifically regarding planting. So
otherwise, why just now? Because we're full of talented people here in Pine Lake who have professional experience. Is that they can actually use CAD software, probably. Some of them to like get really nerdy about it and think about the plant species. Great gardening background, great imaginative gardening background, and I think that also aesthetically, there's a big difference between a big company saying, okay, well, we're going to make you a plan. They're used to working with industrial parks and office parks. They don't really have that kind of personal connection or investment in a community. So we're going to end up with a possible Disneyland creation that could be expensive to maintain, and it won't be us, and we can have the people here be a very big part of this planting for maybe $35,000 or less. Anyway, that's just my little judge for that, and so thank you. Okay.
thanks, Brian.
So I was going to read a letter or an email that we received from Calvin Bergamy, 4568 Dahlia Drive. Dear Mayor and Council members, I wanted to share a positive update about the lakeshore area where the riprap was placed. Recently, I've noticed that a variety of plants have begun to take root and grow among the stones. It's encouraging to see this natural process unfolding. These plants may help stabilize the shoreline and improve the area's appearance over time. Given this development, it might be wise to let the vegetation continue to establish before taking any further or more drastic measures to alter or remove the riprap. Waiting a bit longer could give us a clearer picture of how the shoreline is adapting and whether additional intervention will even be necessary. Thank you for your continued care for our local environment and for considering a patient, thoughtful approach to managing this beautiful natural space. Yeah, and then he just asked for us to read this out loud in the meeting, and warm regards, Calvin Bergamy.
Any other public comment about the planting?
Yeah, just a comment on the planting is that with the timeline that AECOM wrote in that proposal, plus the town hall, it gets us well past planting time, which is actually now here in Georgia. So that would be going into the middle of May when that's in full sun and overheating. So maybe by fall, it could be done.
Thanks, Alan.
Hello, Council. Tom Ramsey, 610 Spruce Drive. I couldn't agree more with Mr. Bergamy's assessment that maybe we take some time and see what vegetation naturally intersperses itself between the riprap that's currently there. I think the planting plan that was proposed by AECOM is a good one, although it doesn't tell us what the actual cost of execution is. And that's certainly something for council to consider. And the only other comment I would have to council about this is to caution you on micromanagement, not just on the berm and the riprap and things of that nature, but also on the beach house. Do you want to select the faucets as well? You know, there's a time for council to set policy, and there's a time for council to let the professionals execute on that policy. And that time is long overdue this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kendrick?
I've been here since May of 2024, and besides from the first meeting, certain people, you know, take an opportunity to criticize every single thing I do because it doesn't fit their narrative, and they don't even live here. And I'm tired of that. And I want to let you know, I'm not going to take it anymore. I try to be as professional as I can when I come in here and ignore, like I say, you know, it's character assassination all the time. And I'm done with it. And I like you, and I want to publicly say that. I've been holding my tongue behind this, but this person thinks that they can direct staff, that their ideas, and they're not qualified to do any of this work by their own admission. They have an opinion on every single solitary thing. I value everybody's opinion, but when they try to pretend like they're the expert, then you know, like I said, I come to work every day to represent and do the best that I can with the information I'm given. I don't disagree with anybody. I listen to anybody's side of the story. And I'll point out, as an example, Mr. Gordon in his project. Yeah, I had to deal with him beyond his past problems with getting that project done. But I nearly met with him, if not weekly, pretty much 2 or 3 times and helped resolve his issue. It might not have gotten done the way he exactly expressed he would like it done, but the project got done. I think he's actually said publicly that he was happy with it. You know, but that's, I could all day long. I have no problems with that. But the other, I'm not dealing with it anymore.
So just a general reminder, the way we solve things is it's not personal. It's about the process. It's about the task at hand, not the person involved. When we start making it personal, then it gets very muddy and we don't solve anything because what we spend time on is on the personal. So it's obvious that this is a passionate issue. It gets us all emotions. I've lived, the reason I moved here, I remember when the beach house was pizza by candlelight. 25, 30 years ago. This touches my heart, but I've been able to talk to Mr. Kendrick about this, even though I voted against it. It's because I respect him and talk to him as a professional. If we don't start doing that as a community, what have we become? I don't want us to be like what's happening out in the world. The reason I moved here is because we could be better. We're not living up to that, in my opinion. I'm embarrassed at times. The reason I moved here is because we could make this into someplace really special, where people are treated like they matter, regardless of their opinion. That doesn't always happen here. Don't know why. If you want to do that, talk to him privately outside, please. So we're at public comment that has to do with, again, with the planting.
Hey, my name's Danielle, I live on Magnolia Drive, and I just wanted to say that I've been here since June or July. I moved here, and I love this place. I love the lake. I know that last year when I tried to walk around the lake, it was a little intimidating. I mean, between fighting with the bugs that were attacking me and worried about people jumping out of the and attacking me, you know, I just want to say that I appreciate how it's clean and neat and nice now. It feels much safer to me. Of course, I would never be jumping on the riprap. You know, I don't know people who would do that. I've been on there twice a day for the last week out there walking the lake, and I've yet to see anybody doing anything like that. But I do see lots of turtles and lots of fishes and lots of birds and stuff, and there's vegetation growing, and I really just feel like if we take the time to just wait, listen, work things out, figure out what really needs to happen instead of just jumping into something else. It feels like it's just another bill on top of whatever money was just spent on it. It just seems like a lot to me as somebody that just got here. I mean, it's not broken. It's really not broken. We're all love the freaking lake, right? That's why we're all here. It's not broken. That's all.
Thank you. Any more public comment about the planting plan? So then now we just move into public comment on anything you want to comment on.
So first of all, I want to acknowledge just how hard this issue is for all of you. We can go home and dream about acronyms, and otherwise we don't have to make these decisions. The beach house, yeah, I thought we went to just the pared down plumbing and electrical. An issue came up last month from our lawyer, Chris, apparently. The volunteer work that didn't get done in the wetlands. We've done that volunteer work for years and years and years here, and that's who we are. So hopefully maybe the lawyer here can resolve what that issue was that stopped the volunteers, so that we can get back to being volunteers and being who we are in Pine Lake.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am deeply sorry to everybody here, and I'm deeply sorry. I will apologize to Mr. Kendrick. I really didn't mean anything personal. I just got a little bit compassionate. I am in construction industry over 40 years, and when I see that something doesn't add up, I just speak up. My problem is English is not my first language. I never had one single class of English in formal school. Everything I learned by myself. And I'm really, really sorry, but my best intent here is just to do best for Pine Lake and for Pine Lakers. And also I would like to add for Beach House, because you do those two items, do you mind please add $250 for pressure washing that place need a path. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Kendall. I know it's fine, but sorry.
I have one last comment. This is not related to riprap, it's related to the previous discussion. I heard that the contractor bond can actually be at a very appreciable cost, maybe even equaling the price of the contract itself. Typically, the contractor's bond is about 1.5 to 2%, and that's not a huge number, especially given the scope of the things that I heard talked about here tonight. So it's a reflection of the contractor's performance and their financial standing as well. So please, it's not thousands of dollars unless you're doing $1 million contract. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, I was just hoping that you guys would, I know there were different suggestions about the bid for the beach house, and I know we narrowed it down, so I'm just hoping that there's a definite rejection of that one bid and that more bids come in for the smaller jobs, and that we at least try to get 2 or 3.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, so we now move into reports and other business. I believe, Stanley, this is your opportunity.
Yes, Councilmember Lowers, have been waiting on this for 3 months too. One of the, and I'm going to highlight the strategic performance report, at least the sections that I developed. And this is not going to be a happy report just to prepare you, but it is going to be a frank report with what I believe is tough deliberations ahead and ultimately decisions that will have to be made in the next 2 or 3 months. I titled, and Ed is going to follow me on the highlighted pages. On each page that he goes to, you'll see that I've highlighted in yellow what I'm going to summarize on that page, so you can just stay on page 1, Ed. Yes. I'll let you know when to move on. You know, I cite the city charter often because that is what I go to from the start of a new position, such as I started on January 1 as I began my study, and that is kind of the guidebook on things that I am responsible for as city manager, as one of the duties that's listed in the charter of the city manager is to properly execute this charter, laws, and ordinances affecting Pine Lake. One of those other duties, which speaks to financial sustainability, is duty number 10, assigned to the city manager: keep the city council advised as to the financial condition and future needs of the city, and make such recommendations to the city council concerning the affairs of the city. This document, SPR, was composed as a story. I hope you've had a chance to read it, but I don't want to take any chances that we're not all on the same page. So I ask for your patience and things that you've probably heard me say before. There is a rhyme and reason to my emphasizing certain topics. So I hope it all makes sense if it hasn't in your reading. But page 2, I have to start with the classification and pay plan system, and I need to take some time to make sure that we're all, the governing body, the staff, and the community are aware of what this means, because it's also a charter provision. Section 3.16 of the city charter, position classification and pay plans, is the title of the City of Pine Lakes charter, provides the city manager shall be responsible for the preparation of a position classification and pay plan, which shall be submitted to the city council for approval. This provision did not come with the new charter. It has been in the old charter, and therefore, going back scores of years, and this low-hanging fruit from as far back as I've been able to see was never executed. We incorporated, we provided services, we've had employees, but this most basic provision of the charter was never put in place. I discovered it within the first 30 days of my starting, and I began the discussions with the council. And so by April, in a budget amendment, I asked the council to approve. We've got to get the system in place, which meant that we had to have a scientific study. And we brought in the Carl Vinson Institute of the University of Georgia, and they delivered in November the results of that study, even though we had made kind of a wild guess projection of how much it would cost, guessing at what it would show. But what is the classification and pay plan system, and why is it so important as required by the city charter? The adoption of a classification and pay plan is a formal process where the governing body, the city council, officially approves a system for grouping jobs and setting their salaries. This plan is used to manage human resources by providing a uniform and equitable structure for hiring, promotions, and compensation, helping to ensure fair pay based on job duties and market competitiveness. And I'm sure that all of us in the various jobs that we have held, wherever we have held them, most likely you are familiar with what is pretty much a universal system across all organizations that I'm aware, both private and public. Yet Pine Lake hasn't had one. Page 3. This is where the costs came into play. For adoption of the plan, the budgetary impact to adjust regular full-time salaries to the minimum of the pay table ranges was estimated at $130,000. As stated in the budget that I presented, the budget was balanced, but it used an unassigned fund balance of $191,962. The property tax millage rate was proposed at 19.4, the same millage rate as the city council approved for the fiscal year 2025 adopted and amended budgets, as well as the 2024 budget. But I said in my budget message, it would be subject to adjustments next spring, which is now coming up, and summer after required public tax hearings. So Pine Lake's adopted class and pay plan has implications for the future, but I need to make sure that everyone understands what it means. When the study was completed, the number that stood out most to me and what the consultants recommended, the Carl Vinson Institute, was that overall, the city of Pine Lake was 35% below minimum of the market. Not market, but the minimum. So I want to make sure that we all understand before I get into illustrating what the city council approved and are now having an adopted class and pay plan. But in an organization's pay and class system, the minimum, midpoint, and maximum points define the salary range for a specific job, acting as boundaries that ensure pay is both externally competitive with the market and internally fair. What is the minimum? It's the floor, the lowest amount an organization is willing to pay for a particular role. The minimum is typically for employees who are new to the position, still in training or gaining proficiency. Now, I'll get ahead a little bit. What our study found, with the exception of 2 employees, that was me and another employee hired in the last year, going back to that 35% overall, but every other employee, many of them years and years of working here, were significantly below the minimum of the pay range. And I just read to you what minimum represents. The consultant recommended in its first option getting employees to the market level, which is the midpoint. They didn't recommend that option, even though they outlined it, because they knew how unaffordable it was. But what is the midpoint? The exact middle of the salary range, calculated as the median between the minimum and the maximum. It represents the competitive market rate for a fully qualified, proficient employee performing at an expected level. I will assure you that most of our employees are at this level. The maximum, the highest rate of pay an organization is prepared to pay for a role. It is generally reserved for top performers, employees with specialized skills, or those with significant tenure in the position, not necessarily just the organization, but in the position. Next page. I want to go over with you, not in detail, but this is what the City Council approved. This is the City of Pine Lakes finally having a position, grade, and salary table. It was adopted on December 8th, 2025, with some courage by the former City Council because of its cost implications. But on the left side, you see grades that are assigned. Overall, we don't necessarily have positions in each of those grades. And then you see the minimum, midpoint, and maximum that applies. At the bottom, I have illustrated each of the positions that were covered and where the consultant found that the positions ranked. And I'll go only over a couple of these. The city manager. I was hired at $110,000. I have been an assistant city manager or city manager since 1996, so 30 years. My salary was adjusted because what I requested was what the consultant recommended in the minimum proposal, 35% below the minimum. And so they calculated at a minimum adjust every employee 13%, and then get employees below the minimum to minimum. I want to use the police chief as another example. You'll see that the police chief is listed, the chief of police, pay grade 24. Before this pay plan was adopted, the police chief, who has been in the police chief's position in Pine Lake for 20 years, her salary was $61,000. So that's an example of being significantly below the minimum, which again is for a person being trained into a position. So I used the police chief as an example, but basically what you see in that example literally applied to every other employee in the organization, with the exception of the 2 who had been hired in the last year. So yes, this became my top priority. One, because it was a city charter, required it. And two, because employees had not been considered over scores of years. Even as we sought to probably use, we're small and we can't afford it. And you had a former council member, I believe at the last meeting, to speak to that, echoed by one or two others. And so what has been done to date, and then I'm going to move off of the pay in class, but it is underlying to everything else that I'm going to be saying. For as much as we couldn't afford it and can't afford it, and ultimately we may have to make decisions that admit to that, our viability as a city. The only thing that we have done to date, barring 2 employees, is simply to move every other employee up to the minimum. And so the way that this will work is, in order to keep your pay plan in tune to the market, it will have to be adjusted in approximately a year's time, by the end of the year. Let's say whatever inflation may be, they've given us some indexes that they recommend. But let's say that inflation is 3% and that's applied. So the minimum to maximum moves. Employees don't automatically move with it. That will be a policy consideration of the council. But if they continue, even if you adjust them to the minimum after it's been adjusted, and they remain at the minimum and never get to progress through the range, then it is antithetical to having such a system in the first place. On the next page, the balance of the report, and it occurred to me as I was putting it together to think in terms of a SWOT analysis. SWOT, another acronym, so let me spell it out. Strengths and weaknesses, representing the SW, which also factors things that we control internally. So internal factors. We have certain strengths and we have weaknesses. But then the OT represents opportunities and threats, which are external factors. And so I chose the remaining topics to put them as one of those things that we control and those things that are external. And I started with what you are well familiar with now from an update on emails that I sent on a current House bill, and there's others, that seeks to change dramatically, if not eliminate, the property tax as a source of funding for local governments, or to significantly alter it. And some of them are headed to some level or degree of approval, such as this HB 1116. And I highlighted the latest update that I included in the SWOT, but we were also on the next page, Ned, page 6, asked to reply to some questions to help our legislative delegation to understand what the implications are for Pine Lake. And in that first question, how the shift from ad valorem to sales tax revenue would affect your city's budget, including the shift from ad valorem to sales tax revenue in your city's budget. And I summarize in that last paragraph, we're 750 people in Pine Lake. We get approximately $900,000 annually in residential property tax. If supplanted by the sales tax, aside from whatever sales tax exists now, that we only get some small part based on our population of the 1% SPLOS, and aside from the other 6 or 7% that is paid in sales tax, for Pine Lake to be made whole, we would be looking at, just to equal the property tax, a sales tax rate of 8%, which isn't happening, I will assure you. So it's a threat. It's a threat to our very existence. The second question, how the shift away from homestead property would affect your city's tax digest, property tax digest. And I answered, and I'll only highlight here on page 7, based on the 2025 tax digest for Pine Lake, the gross for all property types before exemptions is 48+ million. For residential, and this is a very high number, our residential population, our neighbors, contribute 85%. Our commercial and industrial base is only 13%. That's a lot of burden that's on the residents. And one of the reasons why we've been talking about the need for economic development tools, but economic development tools are a long-term solution. Even if we put those tools in place, such as a development authority or downtown development authority, but we need to talk about it and we need to move ahead with that. Then I talk about a strength, and that's property tax home rule. It is the primary source for most local governments in the country. You will not talk about other revenue sources that will come anywhere close to making up the power granted to you as a governing body to keep the city whole and sustainable, for as tough as those decisions may be. So it is a strength. I highlight the current millage rate for the city of Pine Lake is 19.4 mils. This rate was adopted for fiscal year 2024 and maintained for 2025. On the next page, I wanted to share with you the history of that 19.4, but before getting there, and when we talk about the tax burden on Pine Lake residents, it's not the 19.4 mils, it's the 56.116 mils, which in effect come close to tripling that rate. We're not even the highest tax authority or levying the highest rate. That's the school board. And the county is, I think, around 13 or 14 mils, but together it is a high burden. But your authority is for Pine Lake, being sensitive, obviously, to those others. So the history over 10 years, you will see my footnote where prior to the last decade, it has been as high as 23 mils. But if you look at over the 10 years, it has varied from 20.38, getting as high as 22.20, went as low as 16.48. No doubt the council's sensitive to the high level of the millage rate, particularly when compared to other jurisdictions. And then over the last 2 years, settled somewhere in the middle. Now, this is where I need to make 2 points as you look at these numbers. There's something stabilizing as you look at these numbers. Over the 10 years, it seems that what has been needed to keep Pine Lake sustainable is somewhere in between this 16.48 and 23 mils. So that gives me some comfort that we're probably, based on the level of services that we're providing, we're not looking at Pine Lake needing 30 mils or even 27 or 28 meals, maybe not even 25 meals. So I think the history tells us something here on the services that have been determined as most important. But one of the things that has happened during this period, even as the 19.4 was put in place, which was an increase over that low of 16.8, was a change in the form of government. But aside from that, and I don't know if Stephen is still here, he was here earlier, our new finance director. We've never had a professional finance department. Before last year, 2024, we've never had a professional public works department. And those kind of things have been now made a part of this new structure. But the most important point that I want to make, and go back with me and imagine the tax rate in 2017, 2018 being at that 22 mills level, and then it started to come down, but there was an omission. And starting to bring it down, it did not address that low hanging fruit of something that has been omitted for scores of years, and that is a formal classification and pay study that you have no other choice. It's required. The previous council finally got it done. You now have to maintain it. You have to make it work. And it comes at a cost because the work wasn't done before you. I highlighted in blue on this page, Ned, if you could go up. And there are 2 blue points, and these will be, in some ways, the most important thing that I have to say to you this evening. Although Pine Lake's 2026 budget has been adopted, its major revenue source, property tax, has not yet been set and will follow the 2026 property tax digest process that runs from April through June 2026. I want to emphasize this point. You know, as Councilmember Torrent has raised multiple times, both this council and the past council, for valid reasons, but changing the fiscal year. And I haven't fought it, but I recognize that there were certain advantages, because that never worked in a place where the fiscal year was the calendar year. But one of the advantages that I saw when I got here, when the budget is actually adopted, the governing body is kind of given a few more months before you have to set the primary revenue source. And that's not unique to Pine Lake, because DeKalb County is on the same calendar fiscal year. Most cities in DeKalb County are on that same fiscal year, the calendar year. And most small cities in the state of Georgia are on the calendar fiscal year. DeKalb County, what their process is, similar to Pine Lake, the county executive presents the budget by the end of the calendar year. So going back to this past December. The governing body, the Board of Commission, doesn't adopt the budget for several more weeks, and they just adopted it in February. Recognizing that the property tax rate that will set or support that budget is yet to come starting in April. So it's kind of the benefit of some retrospection. This is what was approved. Certainly there was a millage rate in mind, but the actual signing of how much revenue will be generated is still in your front view mirror. Doesn't make your job any easier, but I will tell you that I was very aware of what I consider to be an advantage. So even though I recommended a budget using a significant too much fund balance, we could afford it, for a year or two or three. But I also knew that we were going to get another bite at the apple. It's not to say that it will be fun, but I also told you, and I've said this to you multiple times, when you, each of you, new members, came to that retreat like last October, I told you, we've got some challenges ahead. So I knew it was coming, and the time is at hand, and it will be ultimately your decision. I know ultimately what I'm going to recommend. I'm not going to say it right now, but you will get a pretty good idea before I'm finished. Now, I do want to make it clear, as I've said, there is tax burden that comes from living in Pine Lake. But we're, you know, a little more than a third of the issue. So if you look at a $300,000 example of the market value of a home in Pine Lake, it's broken down by the various jurisdictions. So yes, it costs the property tax without exemptions $6,700. These based on 2024 numbers. But Pine Lake's portion is $2,328, some $500 less than the school board. On page 9 is my second blue highlight. Each 1 mil increment generates approximately $50,000 of additional revenue for the city's general fund. So I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to be recommending because I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but I did want to break the math down to you so that it's easy. We used $190,000 to balance the budget, which I know set off alarms, my own red alarm. Budget, by the way, is my disciplines, the way I was brought up into this profession. When I started with my first organization, Saginaw, Michigan, think General Motors, they were in decline. The city had lost half of its population, literally going from 100,000, I shouldn't have said half. When I got there, it was at 70,000. And I was responsible for balancing that budget for 7 years. And it prepared me. And there's never a place that I've worked where I've not been responsible for budget. So I don't make budget recommendations lightly, and I certainly have worked nowhere where I left an organization worse off to where I came in to that organization. But tough decisions go with the job. So $190,000, we're structurally unbalanced. I write about that topic. That's something that can't stand, in my opinion, not even for a year. City of Pine Lake has had a history of using a portion of fund balance most every year, let's say in the last 5 years. And a nominal amount of fund balance is okay. And what the city has used, it's been, you know, maybe $50,000, $60,000 or $70,000 to balance the budget. Rarely has it had to actually use it over the course of a year. Classification and pay study implementation, as it stands now, the number was pretty close to what we projected when the council approved the 2025 amended budget April 30th. For the 2026 budget, based on the recommendation of the consultant, it was eerily close, right at $130,000. But we used $190,000. But if we fixed $130,000, let's round it up to $150,000. Then we're as sustainable as we have been for years. including when the millage was as high as 22 mills or more. The omission has been the class and comp implementation that's required. I wanted to give a comparison on page 10. This isn't highlighted, of how we compare. I've talked about, and one of your options that you're going to have to consider in the not too distant future is, do we want to continue to be Pine Lake, recognizing that there is a cost to remaining only Pine Lake? The option is very easy, within your power. Let the county handle it. If you look at that first column on page 10, if you look at the total millage, it's 43.59 mills. If you look at Pine Lake in the next section, and these are 2025 numbers as opposed to 2024 that I previously went over, is 57.182. So there will still be a cost. It will be lower if we decide, you know, we don't want the specialized services that Pine Lake offers. And there's an incremental savings, I guess you could say, of the difference of 57 mills versus 43.5 mills. And ultimately, we've got to ask our neighbors, is it worth the cost? Also recognizing that we've got to fund the charter provision. We can't use it as any excuse of why it didn't exist before. And then I looked at some of the other cities, and I'd like to point out a couple of them. Go back to the first section, Clarkston, 53.3 mills. Look at the next section, Lithonia, 50.7 mills. Stone Mountain, 52.7 mills. What those have in common are among the smallest cities in the county, and each of them are above the 50-something mills. I left out Avondale because they're kind of the unique in that group. But I also know that Avondale, years ago, devoted its efforts to developing a higher commercial base, and I think that's where Pine Lake has to be. On page 11, I list a weakness that we control. It's not externally. This needs to be structurally balanced budget. Right now, we're structurally imbalanced. And I list the definition, and I list an example, and it fits us to a T. Different circumstances, but we're also only 2 or 3 months into this, so we're not chronically structurally imbalanced. And if it comes down to it, do you have to fix this year? No, but you're eating into reserves that only make us weaker. And then quickly, just to highlight a couple of opportunities. And none of these are an immediate fix, but we also don't control them because opportunities are externally controlled. We can certainly influence them, but municipal annexation, and a couple of examples in the research, specific case findings, and these go back to the small cities. Stone Mountain, 2016 study found that annexation could increase property taxes by $263 per $100,000 of assessed value. Significant cost, as would be the case with Pine Lake, no doubt. But it increases the city's commercial and industrial tax base from 20%, ours is 13, to 36%. I believe we need a study if we're going to move ahead with annexation. After the hard question is asked, do we really want to annex? Because it will change the fabric of Pine Lake. It will change the politics. It will be more than our little core community, even though I have thought about maybe this is where we apply the development authority to central Pine Lake. Just food for thought. But it's a question that has to be answered. Are we really even interested? And if we're not interested, because there's a cost to annexing. If we do a study, there's a cost to it. How much is that going to cost? $40,000, $50,000. It will answer some very basic questions that help you make some decisions. But is it worth it? If not, there's a cost to remaining Pine Lake, if that's the choice of this community. Another example, Avondale Estates, they did a study, Carl Vinson Institute did it. It suggested that annexations could bring over $1 million in new revenue for the city. I don't know what final results are, but Avondale Estates seems to be doing pretty good. Page 12, I'm not going to go over because we have done an in-study exercise where the council did it before. I don't think that will be sufficient for what we need to do, and if we decide we're going to do it based on what the DeKalb Municipal Association is looking at, trying to present a consolidated level of annexations among cities to the state legislature next year. So that's something that could happen rapidly, but we don't have any time to lose if we want to explore that course further. And the final item is this incorporation that I've talked about. There is a formal process for accomplishing it. I've listed, according to research, advantages and disadvantages if I had to project, but I don't believe that it is an option that this Pine Lake community will appreciate. If you considered this incorporation and forming a homeowners association, depends on what specialized services that you want. If you continue to want to have a specialized police department just for Pine Lake, it's going to be factored into those homeowner association fees. So this is where we are. We have started to set up meetings with the DeKalb Tax Assessor's Office on this year's season. There's a lot of preliminary work that has to take place, but to be sustainable, to be structurally balanced, to control it ourselves, get back to health while recognizing what employees require if we're going to be a professional organization. There's going to be a cost this year. I welcome any questions, but this is a continuing discussion, obviously.
So thank you for bringing up what is going to be a long and very fervent conversation in the community. Beyond these three options, which are to disincorporate, raise millage, or annex as short-term options, I think one of the first questions that we will get from our neighbors is, has the city done everything it can to streamline our spending? So I recall the budget process being very lean, but could we look at, in more granular detail, are there line items or specific services that we could think about as an intermediary between raising the millage and say disincorporating. Could you plan to provide that to make the conversation more complete?
Yeah, absolutely. That is an essential question that has to be answered. And I will just give you my gut answer. We are pretty bare bones. And to the degree that we have made improvements from an operational standpoint, it has been from the recent fund additions, such as the $2 million. And it was kind of a fun year, to be honest with you, to see some of those improvements come to fruition. But I will tell you from a basic administration and general fund operations standpoint, nothing happened. There was no spending. I mean, it was as bare bones as I have ever seen. Now, can you always find some level of savings? Of course. But I don't think there's any exercise that we will go through. Call it zero-based budgeting, which we're going to somewhat be doing that this year because departments have also never participated in the budgeting process. It was all done centralized. And that kept it bare bones. There wasn't like these special requests that departments ask for or allow, this line item to be fluff. They simply never had the opportunity. That was not the way that it was done in Pine Lake.
Work our way around. So,
Councilman Lowers, just to tweak that answer from the city manager briefly. There's I was trying to look it up before I said this, but since the Mayor Pro Tem was going to reply, I wanted to add this point. There's a list in the Georgia Code of minimum services that the city has to perform. There has to be at least 3 of that list, otherwise the city loses its charter as a matter of law. So when you start, and my recollection, Mr. City Manager, is we're already at that minimum 3 services: zoning, police, and public works. So when you ask, are there line items we can reduce? Not and continue to be a city is the short legal answer.
So, being transparent with that, though, isn't there a list that we can choose from, and we can choose 3? So, as a hypothetical, not saying that's what we want to do, but we could say we're not doing police, but we're doing another service.
Yeah, you could make a choice among the list to go to something else. So that piece is an option. But
Right, not saying that is our option, but that's not the only 3 we can choose.
Correct. It's the tree that you've traditionally used to make
Right.
things as a city.
So again, hard choices. Do you have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of at a loss for words. I feel like the raises needed to happen, but that the full story wasn't put out. I don't know, but wasn't put out to council at the time that the vote was made. But I do remember sitting in the audience and hearing that we were gonna be paying bills with our nest egg, and it's like, that's not sustainable. And something, I don't know. Hearing that we had work from home options and we paid employees of their health care, and we were trying to figure out other means to contribute to employees' well-being. But, you know, we're in this position now. I don't think you go back. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm just, you know, I'm not supportive of raising the millage rate at all. And it sounded like you were saying like maybe raise it 1.5 mils to cover the shortfall. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, if in 2 years we can't be a city, you won't be here. But when you say that you've never left a city in a worse position than when you came, you won't be here when we have to let people go in 2 years.
Well, I guess to clarify that statement, because ultimately, as a professional, I can only recommend to the city council, but my experience has been when it is justified, governing bodies recognize the need to make adjustments. One of the ways of measuring the strength of a city is its fund balance. And so at this temporary place, if I left tomorrow, then yes, I would have broken my own record. But I'm not going anyplace tomorrow. I expect to be here for months, and enough time to make sound recommendations. And it's not anything that I just thought of, but I knew that this council would be responsible for setting the millage. That's just the process. That's just the process. But I do, as we talk about the need to educate the community, there is one factor, and that is the required class and comp study that was scientifically done by a respected institution of higher learning. So the numbers haven't been manipulated. And you know, I always say wherever I go, because I learned this early on, a city manager as well as the governing body, you truly, and I'll speak from the city manager standpoint, you have 3 equal constituents that have to be balanced. City manager, always respecting the community. That's why we're here, to make community better. But then there's the governing body, it's a separate constituent. You're the representatives of the community, and I serve you. You're the boss. And then the one and final constituent group that's often left out, but nothing happens without them. You can't deliver for the community, and that's your employees. And they've been left out for scores of years. And it's not been fixed yet, and we've got to come to terms with that.
So, if I'm maybe misremembering, but the Carl Vincent Institute chose cities to, I guess, when I hear that numbers aren't manipulated, actually numbers absolutely can be manipulated. I'm not saying that the raises, the bare minimum or bringing employees up to the midpoint is wrong, but just saying, if we were compared to other neighboring cities, we live right next to Atlanta. I mean, we have it downtown, but it's, I mean, you quoted,
And they factored all of that in, and I think that question was raised, I remember,
Right.
Councilmember Torrent. But the science is the science. The governing body chose a respected institution, and it doesn't mean that they're perfect, but they did go according to the science. Now, if we want to second guess it, that's also your pleasure, but I think that that comes with certain consequences that in my opinion, wouldn't be worth it.
yeah, I agree.
So, to me, it's not worth looking back and saying, what if, because we can't change the decisions that have been made. I want to look forward. And I think one of the struggles that I've been seeing, just even thinking about the lake and the riprap, is the nature that what makes Pine Lake unique is the creative energy here. That's what most of us are drawn. There's something that draws people here that are very unique to Pine Lake, I think. And regardless of what our circumstances, as I've lived here over 25 years, rolling up the sleeves and getting in the creek and damming up the dam because there wasn't a dam anymore. We rolled up our sleeves and we came up with solutions. The one thing I think that I'm struggle with is at times we're not a square peg, which is what your experience is. And I think we need to think way beyond. And one of the things in my work I teach is, you know the phrase, think outside the box. And people go, of course, well, why do you have a box? You self-impose that. We have to leverage the creativity of our community to generate ways that fit this community to find our way out of this. We haven't been doing that because I think we've been doing it based on what your experience has been in other municipalities, and we are very different. And I think one of the struggles for me has been I sometimes don't think you get Pine Lake. And I hear that from residents. And it's going to be what makes Pine Lake unique is what's going to get us out of this. So you need to find a way to partner with us better. Because what I think has happened is you've created a wall between us. You've divided us. We're not a team.
And you put that all on me. If you want to go there, I will counter that. Because that's not a fair statement that you just gave. This may not be the proper session to have it, but for you to shift that blame on me, I do not accept that.
And like in every conversation, there's two dynamics
right.
in
Maybe
that.
that's
So
why we should-
I will own
maybe that's why we
what
should
I've
talk.
done. But again, what I'm saying is it doesn't feel like we're in sync. We've got to pull up our sleeves together and figure this out.
I agree with that portion, I do. But we each have to take some accountability for our parts. I'm willing to take my own,
I have not heard that.
but I will say I didn't start it.
It's not about who started it. It's about where we are right now. I'm really kind of tired of rehashing the same feelings. We need to move on and roll up our sleeves and get something done.
I agree.
So
We've got a limited amount of time to do it. It's that dire.
I agree. I am done.
Okay, let's go back to the Carl Vincent Institute and their recommendation. Because that's what this is. What they gave us was a recommendation. It's not law. It's not anything that we have to do.
It's law now.
the fact that we have a pay plan is, but these numbers, we can adjust them however we see fit. It has to be followed, but, and I agree that our employees have not been taken care of, and we need to pay them better. I do not agree with the minimum, midpoint, and maximum that is put before us. For instance, Stone Mountain was not included in this, but we're gauged against Atlanta. Stone Mountain, the pay range for their city manager is 115 to 125. We're paying our city manager more than a city 10 times our size. So these numbers, we can adjust those. These are internal numbers. These are things that we need to work towards. And that's the thing that Carl Vincent, the representative from Carl Vincent said, is that these are goals that we need to move towards. Not saying that it had to be done today, this year. I think that we need to look at our pay plan and decide what is right for us in comparison maybe to cities that we actually compete against, like Stone Mountain.
Councilmember Torrent, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Did you vote affirmatively for using Carl Vinson Institute?
I did. Does that mean I agree with what they said entirely? No, I've raised my questions. I think that, as I've told you, the small cities that I called and talked to.
But in approving that particular consultant, what goes with that is that you were going to trust the science.
You keep saying
So-
science.
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
basically just gauging.
It's absolutely a science.
It's a survey, which is a type of science, yes.
Classification and pay studies are scientifically validated.
It is, absolutely. But like when we're talking about numbers not being manipulated, when you are taking a survey, when you are taking a study, you are deciding what numbers to put in there. You're deciding to put into Atlanta. These small cities that were included, their chief administrator makes $70,000 a year. But because the pay grade number did not match what we wanted to go by, we only chose the clerk designation. When I say we, I mean the Carl Vinson Institute. And that is allowable in this science. But to say that it is foolproof, or that it fits everything, or that numbers are not manipulated, it feels a little misleading.
And who would you recommend to come in and redo it? Is that another consultant? Is that another request for proposal? Or do you want to do it? Your city manager would not do it.
I think my point is that this pay grade can be adjusted to be a better reflection of this actual city and not Atlanta. I think that if we just looked at Stone Mountain and based our pay plan off of theirs, we would be saving a lot of money. So the only three things that we can do is raise the millage, disincorporate or annex. Another option would be to change our form of government back to mayor, which is, I would do that far before I would do a complete disincorporation.
It is another option.
It is. And I think perhaps adjusting the pay plan is maybe a better option.
So a strong mayor system, because I have thought about that, that would eliminate the city manager's salary as an example. Currently, the city manager's making $124,000. That is a viable solution. It will require charter change, so you will have to go back to the state legislature, but it's a viable option.
And I'm not promoting that option. I'm not saying.
I think it's a better option than your trying to manipulate the system of study that you authorized one of the most reputable groups that you could ever find in the state of Georgia.
We authorized the seeking their counsel, their advice, but like with AECOM and the Green Space Master Plan, it doesn't always fit. Like we don't, just because we ask and solicit for their advice does not mean that we have to follow it.
So can I just go with that premise? So let's say that you adjust it. So you bring the maximum down, which therefore brings the minimum down. And let's say that you end up with a midpoint that is now the minimum, which in your description, that becomes the new market. You've still got to afford what is now the minimum becoming, let's say, the market or the midpoint. So you still have the issue of you've got to pay for having a class and pay system, whatever the numbers say.
I agree, yeah. I think it won't be
So we've
quite
still
as
got that immediate issue to deal with.
right.
Which buys some time for the council to ultimately decide where you want to go. And it's a whole wide range of things, and the discussion needs to start.
And I'm glad we're starting it now.
Yes.
So thank you for bringing that to all of this forward. It's a lot and it's heavy, and it'll take some time to sift through it and find out best practice. And that'll be my time.
Thanks for being here with us.
We lost all of our audience. I know this.
I know. The diehards are still here. I love it. I just want to say thank you for how thorough this is and just all of the like supplementary things that have come up with questions. And, you know, this has been on my mind since before I ran for council. So I just really appreciate having like a lot of things to consider, and to get it now is just super helpful. So thank you. And just something that it's not so much a question for you, although if you have commentary, I'm curious, but something that I think about as a former City of Atlanta resident paying 44-ish mills, thanks to your chart. Pine Lake, my impression, the way I think of it is we are a very like chill place. We're not this like bougie country club sort of vibe like a lot of other small cities in the metro area. And I think that people then assume, like subconsciously, that being a professional city is somehow just should be cheap because we're just so chill and low key. And like, I'm wearing a t-shirt at a council meeting. Like, I don't really do business casual. But something that I think about that has been on my mind since before I moved here, and, again, like comparing what life was like financially and service-wise and all the things in the city of Atlanta, is that I really do think Pine Lake is a premium location. And not because of like the aesthetics per se of like the homes, but just in terms of the services, in terms of proximity of government and how accessible people are. So that is on my mind when I think about these comparisons, right? That it's not strictly just a like numbers and whatever, but like what is it to truly live here, And I do think that is actually part of the appeal to me in some ways, is I'm not a fussy person, obviously, in terms of like needing a fancy place to live, but there are things that are really special and unique here, and I think that our budget and all of these things, if we're really accurate, then we need to reflect that.
thank you for the opportunity to present, and now let's continue the discussion. I'm here, folks, I'm here.
Thank you.
So in terms of reports, is that all the reports we're going to do tonight?
Yeah, I didn't have anything to say. I recommend reading it. It's fun reading. My part, that is.
You could read it out
No,
loud.
it is.
I prefer not to. Thank you.
Again, hard topics, hard conversations, a lot of emotion and passion, and I think it's important for us to figure out how we can maintain our hope for our future here. So, since the mayor is not here, council, any comments, reports, other business?
I have something to say, but I've just talked, so I feel kind of awkward, but. Okay, fine, I'll take my time. Something that came up earlier in one of the public comments was micromanagement. And for me, that's a really good reference to just pose some thoughts for people to reflect upon. It's not about my opinion or people agreeing with me, but just as a way to frame how some of this feels from this seat. Is that, I feel like I am being pressured to micromanage professionals, people who have much more education and training and experience and all of that. And I personally have reservations about doing that. I mean, I don't see that as my job here. And I also, so just like as a reflection to kind of, whoever wants to ponder that, like what it is for me, someone who is not a professional, to get really aggressively managing the professionals who work here. And then also to get those requests from people who are themselves not professionals. That there have been people who've sent AI as a way to, push back on things. And I'm here for whatever feedback people want to give, and I'm happy to receive it. But again, just like as a piece of reflection, if someone who is not qualified and we're pushing you to micromanage other professionals, what that might feel like, because it's just something I'm grappling with. So yeah, just kind of how navigating that is a weird thing, and I have a lot of just kind of, I guess, personal resistance to it, but just also wanting to offer that to anybody who wants to think about it, just in terms of finding this balance in terms of what is the purview, what is the scope, what is an appropriate way to deal respectfully and professionally with people especially in these really intense topics. So yeah, I think that's it.
Anyone else? So someone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.